Chapter 1062. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. While the three of them were extremely weak, the rascals around them could not help but feel agitated. Chinyu had said that he did not want the spirit fruit. Did that mean that they could get a share of the loot after the expert was seriously injured? When the three magnates saw that the situation was not good, they did not care about the hatred of being seriously injured. They politely asked Chinyu who he was from. Such a demon-level genius. They absolutely do not believe that Chinyu himself is a maverick. However, they had never heard of him before. Such a powerful and peerless expert had appeared. They quickly compared the person in front of them with each other. However, none of the peerless experts they knew matched the young man in front of them. It was troublesome to not be able to find him. Which sect is he from? The only personal disciple of ultimate God Xian Tian. Ultimate God. There was only one ultimate God who had recently broken through. It was also that ultimate God. Countless of them had been paying attention to him. However, the name Xian Tian sounded familiar to the old monsters. It seemed that there was such a person 10,000 years ago who was extremely powerful. However, that person had disappeared for many years. As far as they knew, the person with the name Xian Tian had disappeared many years ago. Those were those who were slightly weaker, and they didn't even remember such a person. Only the three magnates knew about him. Only then did they know how powerful and terrifying the person with the name Xian Tian was, if that person had taught him to be so terrifying. Moreover, he was a talented disciple. It seemed to be an extremely normal thing. There were many guesses in front of them. How powerful must the person be to be accepted as his personal disciple? This was because the young and energetic, profound heaven, celestial venerable, had once said these words in an extremely heroic manner. If one did not surpass him in terms of talent, he was not qualified to be accepted as his personal disciple. However, his own strength was already the best in the world. In the ninefold divine realm, no one's strength had improved faster than his. How difficult would it be to be faster than him? No matter how good a person was at bragging, they did not dare to be thick-skinned and say that their descendants were more powerful than Xian Tian. Is the person you're talking about related to the immortal realm? Are you from the Profound Heaven sect? But as far as I know, the Profound Heaven sect is on the decline. That's right. Back then, Xian Tian also left behind some disciples and grand disciples. The three magnates had failed, and they didn't care about this at this moment. If what Chinyu said was true, then wouldn't they have made a fool of themselves? Chinyu had a true God as his master. How could he possibly be interested in their little things? Who knew if divine Master Xian Tian had something better in his hands, let alone a heaven's calamity fruit? After all, that was the legendary true God. Even the spirit fruits that they were constantly fighting over. And it was all thanks to Xian Tian Senzin that he was able to break through to the true God realm. The three leaders struggled to get up and sat on the ground. It wasn't that he didn't want to stand up and talk to Chinyu with the attitude of an elder. It was just that they had just been seriously injured. At this moment, even if he could barely stand up, it would be obvious that he was exhausted. He could only sit cross-legged on the ground for the time being. At least he seemed to be in a peaceful state. No one could see through their calm exterior. It could be seen how much they had been injured. Even if they were sitting like this, many people would be able to guess it. They were actually seriously injured. However, it was still much better than directly embarrassing themselves in front of everyone. Chinyu flipped his hand, and there were 3 immortal herbs with crystal-clear dewdrops in his palm. As long as he took a leaf of this immortal herb, he could immediately heal some non-fatal injuries. It could be said to be a life-saving weapon at a critical moment. However, Qin Yu took out such precious things with a flip of his hand. There were 3 of them. It was exactly the same number of people as the 3 leaders. Take the medicine and swallow it. After your injuries have healed, continue to spar with me. At this moment, the 3 leaders had already guessed. As expected, Qin Yu came to find them to train himself. However, even if they knew about this matter now, no one would say anything. Logically speaking, even if they were to be seriously injured because of this. However, as long as they sparred a few times, they would have an additional life force that could save their lives at critical moments. This was a very good deal. However, the premise was that it was really a spar. Qin, you could defeat the 3 of them alone. This was only the middle stage of Senzen. As they sparred, their strength would definitely increase. The outcome of the battle was already decided at the beginning. There was no suspense at all. When the time came, it would be Qin Yu beating the 3 of them alone, whether it was for their remaining dignity, or because they could not contribute anything and were embarrassed to accept such a precious thing. The 3 of them rejected at the same time. If he was really divine Master Xian Tian's personal disciple, Qin Yu was also someone they could not offend. At least before they made a clear judgment, they could not act rashly. If Qin Yu was not strong enough, perhaps they would have to consider whether they could capture this personal disciple. They could use this to threaten divine Master Xian Tian to give them a lot of benefits. They could not win even with the 3 of them together. Although they did not die, they were seriously injured at the same time. They lost with no dignity left. It's the 3 of us who are too ashamed to see others. You can take the heavenly calamity fruit. After thinking about it, it was not good to give it to anyone. None of them won. Although Qin Yu said he did not want it in the beginning. However, no matter who got the fruit, they were not willing to accept it. If they divided it and ate it, they did not know if it would be effective. Such a good thing would be wasted in vain. Because of this consideration, no one was willing to let others take advantage of it. It was a relatively fair choice to let it fall into Qin Yu's hands. When the time came, none of them would be able to get it. It was also a good opportunity to sell it. Why wouldn't he do it? It was a pity that these people were still kept in the dark. Until now, they had not been able to distinguish the difference between one spiritual fruit and another. Qin Yu had long known that the real heavenly calamity fruit was in his hands. The fruit that was being fought over was only the earth calamity fruit. Although there was only one word difference in the name, the effect was completely different. The difference in their value was like the difference between heaven and earth. Only those who had not seen it with their own eyes would confuse the two. If they had really seen it with their own eyes, they would be able to distinguish the subtle difference. Although it was subtle, the feeling that the two gave was completely different. You should first figure out what you are fighting for. Before leaving, Qin Yu left a sentence that made the 3 giants a little confused. They did not know what the meaning of this sentence was. Perhaps they had guessed it, but they did not dare to believe it. Chapter 1063. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. If what they were fighting for wasn't the real heavenly tribulation fruit, then everything they'd done before would be a joke. Moreover, they'd suffered heavy injuries because of it, so they'd shed all pretense of cordiality. There were many people like them. Almost all the old monsters in the god realm had made a move. The remaining 1 or 2 who hadn't made a move yet were just watching. Obviously, they'd all make a move soon. No expert could remain calm in the face of the 3 words, heavenly tribulation fruit. Even if they could remain calm for a while, they'd definitely go crazy for the heavenly tribulation fruit. They were just the first to make a move. so they'd gotten a chance. But even they'd become a joke. What about the others? If all this was just a scam, they didn't dare to imagine how messy things would become. It's just as you think. Next time, please use your brain and think carefully before you do anything. How could a real treasure bear more than a dozen fruits at once? Although it's a treasure, it's very different from what you're expecting. The three leaders thought about it and found it reasonable. However, they didn't dare to imagine the consequences of their misjudgment. Fortunately, they weren't the only ones who'd misjudged. Almost everyone else had misjudged. At least before Qin Yu's appearance, no one had thought about the fruit they'd been trying to find. Was it what they'd been trying to find? It wasn't that no one had doubted it before. But after all, there was no problem with the origin of the item. It was just that people had mistaken it at the beginning. Coupled with the heavenly tribulation fruit and earthly tribulation fruit, they did look similar at first glance. Thus, he managed to deceive everyone. If no one tried to use it, they wouldn't feel any obvious difference. At least for those who hadn't seen the real difference between the two, it was very difficult to tell the difference between the two. This made the three leaders unable to sit still. Even if they were seriously injured, they had to spread the news. It would be great if they could use this news to bring them some benefits again. After all, including them, there were still many people who were kept in the dark. Now, they knew the truth of the matter. It didn't mean that other people knew. Of course, they had doubts about Qin Yu's words. After Qin Yu left, they checked again. They found that there were indeed many things that were wrong. They had to admit that perhaps they'd really made a mistake. What would happen after this? How much would it cost? How many people would it cost? How many people? It wouldn't have much to do with Qin Yu. This victory, he had gained a lot of combat experience, and he had a deeper understanding of his strength. His strength was already considered to be one of the best among some experts. At the very least, he would not be at a disadvantage when facing ultimate God Xian Tian. The others were no match for him. As long as it wasn't all the experts in the world, they would all rush up together. To him was B. To Lin then, at he at least then. He with translation, his being translation, with his translation, his translation. Qin, translation on's light translation, on lot that in ins and in, translation that he would, s, he, here, there. Shin, there was here translation that day of that, as, that. He didn't expect this day to come so soon. Things had been rather chaotic recently, and even he had gotten into some trouble. He didn't have much desire for the calamity fruit, but the hierarch did. Moreover, many people had their eyes on this place. The 9 venerables all had their eyes on the treasure. Qi Shenran also had a headache about this matter. Even though he was very powerful, he couldn't completely control this chaotic situation. Qin Yu's sudden appearance had aroused his vigilance. However, he didn't have too much energy to think about it until he saw Qin Yu's aura with his own eyes. It was very different from before. That was why he was shocked. It was impossible for Shenran to improve so quickly. Shenran had an absolute advantage since birth. If one really wanted to calculate the speed of breakthrough, it couldn't even be compared with the current Qin Yu. How can your breakthrough speed be so fast? Yes, you're a very talented person. At this moment, his mood was quite complicated. Although he was still vigilant, after all, Qin Yu had reached a level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Previously, he was more skeptical. Why was Qin Yu at a level that even Shenzhen couldn't reach? He was able to make Shenran submit to him. Therefore, he had been vigilant since long ago and wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. He didn't want to be implicated. Moreover, after getting rid of Qin Yu, the other Shenran would also have to owe him a favor. After all, he was the one who helped them out. Now, It seemed that he was in the wrong. There were really monstrous geniuses in this world. There were even geniuses that he couldn't compare to, even if he was born with a great advantage in Shinran. Sometimes he couldn't completely have this advantage. Most of the time, he had to admit that he couldn't compare to those true geniuses in some aspects. You're wrong. The so-called geniuses also have the word pride in them, and I'm not those geniuses. There will be a day when the geniuses fall forever. Everything I have now is based on my own strength, step by step. If there's anything different about me from others, perhaps it's because of this. Shinran fell into silence. He had always wanted to improve, and in order to improve, he had paid a big price. What he was doing now was also to comprehend. In order to have a deeper understanding of the world, he wanted to control the power of time and space, but he had failed repeatedly. Now it seemed that perhaps he had asked for too much. That was why he couldn't achieve his goal. He had asked for so much, but he couldn't do so much. In addition, these things had taken up a lot of his attention. It made his goal no longer pure, and he couldn't find his original heart. This was the reason why he had failed again and again. Even if your strength improves, I won't easily bow my head. Just do as you said at the beginning. Defeat me and make me bow my head willingly. Shinran was ready. The result of this battle wasn't important at all. It was just to fulfill the previous agreement. The current Qin Yu already possessed a strength that could make him willingly lower his head. If Qin Yu could really defeat him, so what if he had to work like an ox or a horse for Qin Yu? It would only be 10,000 years. Chapter 1064. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The final result was no surprise. Shinran was defeated. Shinran had experienced it himself. He could not refuse at all. Now that he had completely lost, he had no choice but to admit defeat. He could no longer refuse any of Qin Yu's requests. For the loser, as the winner, Qin Yu had the absolute right to deal with it. Even if he wanted to kill his defeated opponent on the spot, no one would say anything. Although Shinran would not really die, it would take countless years for him to come back to life again, and he would have to grow from scratch. He would have to pay a great price. Therefore, death was not completely without a price for Shinran. Not to mention that Qin Yu only wanted a drop of essence blood. It did not matter even if he wanted more. But in the end, Qin Yu only took what he wanted. Even if he wanted more blood essence, it wouldn't be any better for him. Shinran was truly willing to bow his head this time. Qin Yu was now extremely powerful. The Qin Yu he saw in the beginning was extremely different. He couldn't even utter a single word of objection. He could only bow his head and wait quietly for his fate. If you don't want to follow me, you can continue to guard here. But if someone fights here, remember to control the situation. Don't let them make a big deal out of it. If there is some news about Divine Master Xiantian, you can deal with it as you see fit. Speaking of Divine Master Xiantian, Shinran had to be vigilant against the expert who suddenly broke through to the true God realm. He was also extremely vigilant. Although he did not understand why, he was not ashamed to ask to him to be able to continue to live in this land where he had always lived. There was no better news than this. He also felt grateful to Qin Yu, as long as he gave him a drop of essence blood. For Shinran, this would cause him to be weak for 100 years. But as long as he was protected by treasures of heaven and earth, this time would slowly shorten. For him, it was not a great loss. 100 years would pass in the blink of an eye for Shinran. He did not care much about this time. It was because of this gratitude in his heart that he wanted to do more. He wanted to contribute as much as possible, so that Qin Yu would not completely forget about him. When he remembered that he was not doing his job as a servant, then he would not have a good time. Divine Master Shantian is my master. You just don't mind it. Don't take it too much. I think there are not many people in this world who dare to talk about the Divine Master. Come, Chuki Shenron was shocked. But when he thought of Qin Yu's ins and his strength, in the end, he Shenron's thought translation. For such a powerful person, if he had a master, he would be just as powerful. Thinking about it, it seemed to be a matter of course. It translation, his master translation, that translation. Take note, translation. Suddenly, the towering wood divine dragon recalled something that happened some time ago. In his opinion, this matter wasn't that big of a deal, but it was related to divine Master Xiantian. Someone mentioned Senzin Xiantian. There was only one word difference. It would be fine if it was just a coincidence, but if it was really the same person, then he had to be vigilant. Although there were quite a few people in this world with the title of Xiantian, there were still many people in this world. After all, the world was big. It was normal to have the same name occasionally. But when Chuki Shenron described the appearance of those people, Qin Yu knew that it was definitely not a coincidence. Speaking of which, this person was an old acquaintance of his. He did not expect to meet him here. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe it was fate that could not be understood. This is really a coincidence. But you just need to be a little more careful. That person is an old acquaintance. Chuki Shenron knew that something was not right when he heard that. Although it sounded like an old acquaintance, Qin Yu was not excited to see an old acquaintance at all. It was just that Qin Yu's strength had increased a lot. Therefore, what happened back then was still in his memory, and it was very deep. But with his current realm, he did not think highly of his former opponent. Therefore, he only asked people to be a little more careful. This was to prevent anything unexpected from happening. But this guy did not learn his lesson at all. He came to the ninefold divine realm and dared to have designs on the master and disciple pair. If that was the case, he had to teach him a lesson. But before the other party took the initiative to attack with his current strength, there was really no need to find that person back then. Chuki Shenron took note of that. After that, Qin Yu left without hesitation. He had achieved his purpose of coming here. He put away Shenron's blood essence for the time being. With his current strength, he could be said to be invincible. If he increased his strength again, he would not be able to find an opponent other than his master. Perhaps no one in this world was qualified to be his opponent. Wouldn't it be too bleak then? It was better to continue looking for an opponent to train himself. When the time came, a breakthrough would be just a matter of time. Although the blood essence could rapidly increase his strength, it could also greatly improve him. But these improvements were brought by external things. Tempering himself was the most important thing for him. Xuelan, of course, supported Qin Yu unconditionally. With her current strength, it was somewhat impossible for her to catch up to Qin Yu. But if Qin Yu chose to train himself temporarily, it would give her a chance to catch up. The Wood Realm was still rather peaceful. Some of Shenron's movements were particularly noticeable. However, no one could guess what had happened. Only the hierarch might have some vague guesses. But he could not be sure. After all, it was just a guess. According to the current situation, it seemed a little too absurd. How could someone have such great strength to be able to fulfill his promise in such a short time? Although he also knew that it was not completely impossible. But after all, in their minds, Shenron's strength was extremely high. It was so high that no one could surpass it. In their opinion, Shenron with such great strength was basically impossible to be defeated by others. Although they were respectful to Qin Yu, It did not mean that with Shenren's self-esteem, he would be open to others. These people would always be his subordinates. They were also pawns that he could use at will. These pawns were not qualified to think about what he had experienced, and they were not qualified to think about anything here. They just needed to follow his orders. Chapter 10, 65. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, he got an extremely powerful Shenmuism for free. However, Qin Yu did not mention this matter from the beginning to the end. It was not that he really ignored this matter. There was no need for that. Now that he had returned, he had achieved his goal. These people's matters had little to do with him. Even if Chuki Shenron took this opportunity to express his loyalty, it did not matter to him. The most chaotic place now was the Wind Realm. This was because this was the place where the calamity happened. When Divine Master Xian Tian was undergoing the calamity here, no one dared to come and watch. After that, that piece of land had become a sacred place that everyone yearned for. After being nourished by divine power, that piece of land was quietly changing. Countless treasures of heaven and earth were growing on it. Countless mutated and powerful treasures were growing on that piece of land one after another. Moreover, because the quality of that piece of land had changed, even some plants that were difficult to grow could grow rapidly on it. Moreover, it was well nourished. As a result, everyone was arguing about the ownership of that piece of land. Moreover, there were some records of such a situation. It seemed that the divine power of the calamity had brought about changes to this piece of land. This change was not permanent. Therefore, within a short period of time, who could have the right to use this piece of land? It became a matter of great dispute. The second largest family wanted this piece of land the most. With this piece of land as the backing for their descendants, they could let the new generation grow quickly. Some of the talented disciples could also quickly rise. By then, they might be able to get rid of their reputation as the second largest family. As for the first-rank Sidhu family, there was no doubt that they had become the target of public criticism. Sidhu Hua wanted to guard this piece of land by himself. Obviously, it was not possible. The Sidhu family had been able to hold on until now. They had relied on the accumulation of generations of ancestors. However, they had experienced an unforeseen event. The current family head was just a young boy. His strength was not very high. Wouldn't such a person become a live target in the chaos? Moreover, with the Sidhu family's foundation, no matter how they declined, their collection was also very impressive. After all, it was the accumulation of generations. However, such a treasure was guarded by Sidhu Hua. In the eyes of outsiders, it was no different from a 3-year-old child guarding a huge treasure. They could snatch a part of it with a move of their fingers. If they were more domineering, they could even take all of it for themselves. This kind of wordless speculation made many people restless. Even the second-ranked family was the most moved. However, they still had some face and did not directly snatch it. Sidhu Hua at that time. Previously, he had listened to Qin Yu, and with the help of a new batch. The speed of these people's improvement was very fast, which gave the entire Sidhu clan some confidence, even if these people for the time being. However, as long as they continued to invest resources in it, even if it was pulling up the seedlings to help them grow, could get them translation, at such a critical time. It was enough for him to temporarily increase his prestige, or at least show it in front of everyone. As was translation to translation, was to like compared to ordinary people. Sidhu Hua knew more about the person who was going through the tribulation. Perhaps he was the only one who knew this secret very well. He did not tell anyone. Situ Hua's heart was surging. Even if it was just a little help, then he would be able to completely stabilize his position. After all, that was the legendary Divine Master. Although everyone wanted to directly shed all pretense of cordiality and fight for the right to use that piece of land. However, no one dared to really provoke a Divine Master. If Divine Master Xian Tian reappeared on the land where he once stood, absolutely no one dared to have any thoughts. At that time, it would be good if they did not curry favor with him. After all, that was a Divine Master. Even if there were many Senzen together, they would not be able to defeat him. Everyone had no choice but to treat him nicely. No matter how many thoughts they had in their hearts, they could not show them at all. Situ Hua held it in his hand. It was after Divine Master Xian Tian broke through. He suddenly thought of him, so he left one for him. It was a communication talisman that could be used to contact him. Although he had not experienced enough danger to destroy his family yet, Situ Hua was also an extremely decisive person. He knew that with the strength of this batch of new students under him, it was impossible for him to truly protect his family, and it was also impossible for him to truly protect everything that belonged to him if there was no absolute expert to hold the fort. At that time, everything in his hands would be taken away. No one knew how many traitors there were in the Situ family. However, after what happened before, he absolutely did not dare to have any good feelings for these blood relatives. He did not dare to have too much trust. After all, people were fickle. He had already seen it with his own eyes. Suddenly, an empty image appeared in front of Qin Yu's eyes. Situ Hua could not see the person on the other side, but who was it that had been speaking his mind? He wanted to make a new deal, as long as there was an expert to help him guard it. At that time, he could pay a lot of prices. He would not hesitate to bring the entire Situ family to rely on Divine Master Xian Tian. Of course, he also knew that although the Situ family was the #1 family, however, for an ultimate god, it was still somewhat dispensable. He only relied on the fact that he knew him and had met him a few times. He only dared to speak because they had a little friendship, whether it would work or not. He had already said it anyway. If there was even a slight chance of success, he would definitely be able to sit firmly in this position. At that time, the Situ family would be able to slowly develop under his command. It seems that I still have to change the itinerary. Of course, he would not lose out, not to mention how valuable the loyalty of the entire Situ family was. There were many opponents there, which just happened to meet his current conditions. This was already a deal that was sure to be profitable, and not a loss. Although he wanted to go directly to the Earth Realm just now to find the new Shenron, it did not matter even if he went to other places midway. Situ Hua was indeed a good person, since Divine Master Xian Tian had left him a way to contact him. That was to give him a chance to make a request. Moreover, this request was considered equal. It was beneficial to him and not harmful at all. Situ Hua waited for a long time, but no one came. Once again, someone came to look for trouble, although these people stared at the gifts with big and small bags. In fact, they were here to test the ability of the Situ family to survive. Then, they would see where to start. Chapter 1066. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. He sneered in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. At least on the surface, Situ Hua was very considerate in his etiquette. No one could find fault with him. However, they could understand his vigilance. Most people were wary of the Situ family. Even the Qi family, which was ranked second, did not dare to make a move easily. They were afraid that they would bring trouble to themselves. However, the Jiang family, which was ranked third, did not have so many scruples. They were only ranked third. They had just climbed up in recent years. Naturally, they did not have any worries. They only hoped that they could get more. The Chi family did not dare to make a move. In their eyes, they were cowards. They did not have so many scruples. They would get whatever they could. With the Situ clan's current state, could they really do anything to them? They would be lucky if they could not even protect themselves. Even if they failed, they did not think that they would lose much. After weighing the pros and cons, they naturally visited again and again. Situ Hua had been impatient for a long time, but he could not chase them away. This was because once they made a move, they might expose the fact that there were not many experts left in the family. After all, the elders had died in Qin Yu's hands. However, he could not laugh very soon. This was because the Jiang family had brought an expert who was above Senzin's level this time. It was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. Situ Hua's face darkened. He directly asked him what he meant by this. It was extremely rude to bring an expert to their house without permission. If they brought an expert to their house without permission, it would be considered as a provocation. It would be seen as a provocation. Jiang Wenchang had a smile on his face and seemed to be very happy. However, he was not polite with his words. This person is an honorary elder of my family. He has always wanted to see the power of the Situ family, the #1 family. I couldn't persuade him, so I brought him here to broaden his horizons. There shouldn't be a problem. Although he said so, he occasionally sized up that person and saw his murderous look. He knew that it was not that simple. However, Situ Hua couldn't say anything about it. If his reaction was too big, he would be suspected. Even though there weren't many experts left in the clan, only a few old seniors who didn't fight or snatch could be considered to have some strength. However, this person's aura was very strong. It seemed like he was at the peak of his strength. If he were to compete with those old fellows, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. After all, his stamina was there for all to see. Sometimes, strength wasn't just one of the factors. If you wanted to win, you needed to have abundant stamina and rich experience. Even external objects. The man was holding a pair of spiked maces that looked like they had been soaked in blood for years. Based on this point, the older seniors all felt that something was amiss. Therefore, it was somewhat inappropriate for him to step forward and fight with this person. Situ Hua was worried about what to do about this. Suddenly, a door appeared in the courtyard. Qin Yu stepped out with Xuelan and appeared in front of everyone, because many people who had been here before knew him. Even those who didn't know him could feel the aura of an expert from his body. Therefore, he did not dare to act rashly. Although Qin Yu didn't have a boiling, murderous aura, everyone saw his eyes. They couldn't help but feel a little scared. Their first reaction was to find a place to hide. When Jiang Wenchang saw Qin Yu, who had suddenly appeared, his thoughts became active. With his strength, he couldn't see through Qin Yu's true background. However, the person beside him quickly told him what he felt. This made him a little more vigilant. With such a dignified appearance, he definitely wasn't some old monster who hadn't appeared in the world. However, he had such a terrifying cultivation realm. Could this be the trump card that Situ Hua hadn't taken out all this time? As expected, the #1 family still had some strength. However, he was alone. Who knew how much strength he had before the final moment arrived? He still couldn't let go of the countless wealth and benefits that seemed to be right in front of him. Situ Hua immediately went up to greet him warmly. His attitude was completely different from when he met the Jiang family. It was like heaven and earth. This made Jiang Wenchang extremely uncomfortable. This difference in attitude was a little too obvious. Even if this wasn't his original purpose, he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. If he had known that this would be the result, he wouldn't have been so polite just now. He didn't give him any face at all. Situ Hua, Jiang Wenchang, was in an extremely bad mood at this moment. Even if he knew that Qin Yu wasn't someone he could easily offend, this time it was best to put on a show on the surface. However, he had always been arrogant, not to mention that he was from a new family. He also had his own young master's temper. However, his slightly arrogant expression fell into Qin Yu's eyes. Another young master who didn't forget about the world. He had some guesses as to how this young master's temper had survived to this day. Perhaps it was because he had been protected too well since he was young, so he was still a little naive. There were plenty of experts out there, and he actually relied on his arrogance to offend people everywhere he went. He wasn't afraid that one day he would end up in an extremely miserable state. However, he didn't know him and couldn't be bothered to remind him. Whether he lived or died had nothing to do with him. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Brother Qin, your strength. Situ Hua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he took a closer look. Originally, he thought that his speed of improvement was fast enough because he was already preparing to break through to the Holy King realm, although part of the reason was because of the elixir. However, he also had his own efforts. Originally, he was only a middle-stage immortal lord. To be able to break through to the Holy King realm in a short period of time, he was also a proud son of heaven. However, every time he met Qin Yu again, he could feel that Qin Yu's strength had definitely increased by more than one realm. This made him extremely terrified. He also had a feeling that no matter how hard he worked, he would definitely not be able to compare to Qin Yu. He also knew that this was not an illusion. However, he was still somewhat envious. He had a divine master as his master. He was extremely talented and hardworking. Moreover, there was no pressure or responsibility on him. Everything that countless people envied the most was easily available to Qin Yu. However, Situ Hua couldn't even be envious. He could only take this as an example to remind himself that there was always someone better in this world. Anyone who started from nothing was worthy of respect. Every genius needed to be treated with caution. He was already prepared to treat this as an ancestral teaching. It would be passed down from generation to generation, and everyone would abide by it. It was always right to be cautious. Chapter 1067. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Jiang Wenchang watched the two of them chatting enthusiastically. Yet, he had been thrown to the side by himself. His mood was getting worse and worse. He slammed the table. A long crack appeared on the table made of high-quality materials, spreading to the corner of the table. It made cracking sounds as if it couldn't bear the burden. Then, Jiang Wenchang grabbed the table with one hand and threw it out. His target was the Qin Yu, who had never moved or shown that he was the other one. Although he seemed to be extremely angry this time, it was specially used to test Qin Yu's true strength. Although the realm was there, he still had some guesses. If Qin Yu's strength wasn't too high, then he had the capital to continue the negotiation. He was also confident that he could make Situ Hua choose to compromise in the end. If Qin Yu's strength was very high, then he would have to think carefully. Facing the table that suddenly flew over, Situ Hua's expression changed drastically. Without even thinking, he immediately retreated, because he knew that Qin Yu's strength was much higher than his. So many of him added together couldn't compare to Qin Yu's finger. Even if he had the courage to be a human cushion, he could even risk his life. However, to Qin Yu and the others, he was definitely a hindrance. It was precisely because of this self-awareness that he had. Situ Hua dodged quickly without hesitation. The table flew in front of him, and the strong wind left a mark on his face. Blood flowed out of the thin and long wound. But when the table was a foot away from Qin Yu, it suddenly stopped. Then, he stopped abruptly without any warning. This was just the beginning. Under Jiang Wenchang's vigilant gaze, the table began to tremble slowly from the beginning. In the end, it turned into countless fine dust that didn't even fall to the ground. It turned into extremely light dust and dissipated between heaven and earth. Not even a trace of residue was left. If he wasn't extremely powerful, at least a part of the fine dust should be left. Jiang Wenchang knew that his strength was definitely no match for Qin Yu, but he didn't expect to lose so badly. With his current strength, he could at most barely dodge at such a critical moment. And if he wanted to do Qin Yu's level, it was absolutely impossible. If he were Qin Yu, he reckoned that even if he were to use all of his strength, he would only be able to stop the table. Then it would be torn apart and completely broken into pieces. Even the strong Senzin, who was following him, could only turn these tables into large particles of powder and fall to the ground. But he couldn't let a good table. One must know that these were all good materials, and the materials were extremely tough. Destroying them was also very, in the eyes of that expert, achieving such a feat was no different from a legend. He had the intention to retreat. If it wasn't for the fact that he was paid to solve the problem, and if it wasn't for the fact that he had received a lot of benefits, he would have died. Moreover, he was also concerned about his own reputation. He wanted to escape without hesitation. If he really encountered any trouble, he wouldn't be able to push it away. The Jiang family didn't tell him that there was such a terrifying person in the Sidu family. If the Jiang family hadn't told him that as long as he could successfully complete it, when the time came, he would definitely be given 30% of the things he obtained. He wouldn't come. This was the trouble. Jiang Wenchang clenched his teeth tightly and pulled the so-called honorary elder. Of course, these were all done secretly. No one dared to show it on the surface, whether it was for his reputation or to not be inferior to others. Even if he was extremely shocked, he couldn't show timidity and fear. Situ Hua almost looked up to the sky and laughed. In comparison, Qin Yu and Shualan seemed to be too calm. It was as if these were just sparse and ordinary things, and not so shocking. You asked me to come here for such a person? Qin Yu's words brought Situ Hua back to his senses and reminded him of what he had just done. At this moment, he finally understood that he couldn't invite the Divine Lord. Instead, he accidentally let Qin Yu come over. He thought of the deal he had mentioned before and the current predicament of the Sidu family. Without hesitation, he ordered the guests to leave. He was chased away from the Sidu family just like that. Young Master Jiang and the honorary elder's expressions were ugly. However, they didn't dare to act rashly for a while and planned to leave temporarily. Anyway, they would come again after they found out Qin Yu's identity. It was almost impossible for them to give up. These people are really shameless. They think that they're really powerful just because they climbed to the position of the third family. In fact, many people are watching them make a fool of themselves. Situ Hua was also very disdainful. He didn't care about these people at all. However, at this juncture, he couldn't care so much. He just pulled Qin Yu to a relatively secluded place first. No one would barge in here. Of course, what he said wasn't an extremely secretive matter. Of course, he had to hide it from outsiders, but he didn't need to hide it from his own people. He also needed an expert to come over and stabilize the people's hearts. The one who broke through previously was your father, right? After receiving Qin Yu's affirmation, Situ Hua's heart became more stable. He also had more confidence. With such a person, even if it was just a little bit of help, he was also confident that he would be able to gain a stable foothold. Situ Hua didn't hide anything from Qin Yu. Thus, he told them a secret. At present, that piece of land was not only confirmed to be able to grow many treasures, it was also confirmed that many precious species could grow there. Moreover, some precious seeds could be put in there. It was very likely that they would get mutated fruits. It could mutate in a good way, or it could mutate in a bad way. But no matter what, the chances of success were higher. It was also because of this uniqueness that the few great families were fighting fiercely in private, whether it was for their own interests or to prevent others from developing. All of them were fighting fiercely. Situ Hua wanted to restore the Situ family to its original glory. It was extremely necessary to fight for the right to use a large piece of land for the family. Moreover, after the passage of time, the power of the land had begun to weaken. Obviously, if this continued for about half a year, the land would be useless. Therefore, they had already agreed that there must be a result within 10 days. Otherwise, no one could bear such a huge loss. It seems that you want me to ensure that the Situ family can obtain the right to use the land. Situ Hua could still see very clearly. His real purpose was not to obtain the right to use the land, but to completely stabilize his position. Chapter 1068. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After Jiang Wenchang returned, the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. After all, in his eyes, Qin Yu was all alone. Tell me, why did you run away with me? We're at the same level, but you embarrassed me. Of course, Jiang Wenchang didn't think about how pathetic he was just now. Instead, he blamed everything on the elder who went out with him. In his opinion, if the elder could be more strong-willed, he wouldn't have run away. The elder couldn't be bothered to talk to a young master who didn't know anything. How could such a thing be done so easily? Not to mention how much the Situ family had. None of them knew anything. Such a powerful powerhouse had suddenly appeared. Who could guarantee that Situ Hua didn't have more trump cards in his hands? If you're not willing to accept this, you can start preparing immediately. Speaking of which, he couldn't take this lying down. After all, ever since he became so powerful, no one dared to show him any attitude anymore. Even those who were more powerful than him had to show him some respect. This was because everyone knew that his combat strength was so powerful that he could even challenge people of a higher level. The Jiang family had paid such a high price to invite him over because they knew about his reputation. Qin, you didn't need to divine to know that the Jiang family would definitely make a move on him in the future. When he left just now, Jiang Wenchang looked at him with an extremely unfriendly gaze. Obviously, he wouldn't let it go. It was because he could bring in more experts so that he could practice his skills. However, the strength of the people around Jiang Wenchang would be too weak. Of course, there was one more thing he had to do before dealing with this small family. He had to go to the Tribulation Land. That place wasn't very prosperous. However, due to the special circumstances, many people had their eyes on that place. The originally remote place had also changed because of such an unforeseen event. It had become a place of hubbub. Situ Hua had a lot to say. However, he couldn't say a single word. Facing Qin Yu, whose strength had greatly increased, he couldn't raise his head. He could only try his best to be more respectful. Even if they could still say a few words, their actions were restricted by the rules. She had always been worried about whether she had done something wrong. Or perhaps there was something that could be easily picked out by others. There were many people standing guard around the tribulation ground. As long as he had some thoughts, Those who wanted to get a piece of the pie had all sent their elite disciples to guard this place. Both sides minded their own business, but they were also on guard against each other. The land that had undergone great changes was now faintly milky white. It looked extremely pure. But the moment he set foot on the ground, Chinyu was suddenly enlightened. Powerful lightning energy gushed out of his body. The aura of destruction radiated in all directions. Powerful lightning energy spread out in all directions. Under the ground, there seemed to be something resonating with the annihilation divine thunder. Countless mutated lands kept trembling. A majestic force broke through the ground. At the same time, the soil nourished by the divine power began to fade. He returned to his usual state as fast as he could. This place had been destroyed to begin with. If there wasn't a trace of residual divine power, it should have been a piece of scorched land. Now, it was returning to the right path. Affected by the tremors, some simple bases that had been built collapsed one after another. No matter which side had sent out their men, when they saw this sudden change of events, they were all shocked. They quickly sent the news back to their families. Some people were a little braver and wanted to go closer to take a look. But the moment they came into contact with the annihilation divine thunder, they were turned into human-shaped charcoal. Such a miserable situation made many people afraid to go closer. After all the people had left, Yi Zichen stood up. Qin Yu, who was still standing in the same place, was still the source of the annihilation divine thunder. Unsurprisingly, he became the target of public criticism. Senzin, another expert who is about to break through to real God. There hasn't been a problem for such a long time. How did he do it? Such a huge power. If I could share some of it, I could also become a top expert in the world. Everyone had different thoughts. The sounds of discussion never stopped. But if some people paid attention, they would realize, among the people who were discussing, none of them were from the Situ clan. These people remembered what kind of status Qin Yu had. Moreover, was such an expert someone they could casually talk about. They were afraid that he could kill all of them with just a flick of his finger. Even if he didn't do it himself, if he casually gave an order, it would be enough to make the weak die without a burial place. These discussions were unable to affect Qin Yu in the slightest. The power of the calamity faintly resonated with the Tao of Nirvana that he had always wanted. The remaining power was already extremely huge. But this part of power should have dissipated between heaven and earth within half a year. Even if divine Master Xian Tian was present, it was impossible to touch the extremely heterogeneous and impure power, even if the power was indeed huge. But there were no restrictions. Moreover, the uncontrollable power was too dangerous. The stronger the power, the more uncontrollable it was, and the more it couldn't be touched. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly turned blood red. An ordinary person's body couldn't withstand such a strong power. But he had previously seized the inheritance of an Asura, and the huge power that the Asura had accumulated for countless generations. Of course, an ordinary person couldn't use this power for himself. But using the power of Asura to forcefully assimilate it, it was hard to say what the final result would be. The energy that was enough to destroy heaven and earth was completely extracted in one day. It was extremely violent. If it wasn't for Qin Yu's battle here and the extremely dangerous feeling that came from it, this huge amount of energy would never stay here. So obediently, it was a mass of energy to be able to grow to such an extent. He also had simple judgment, the bloody aura that filled the sky and the chaotic and noisy energy mass gathered together. The two advanced and retreated, almost not giving in to each other. But everyone could see that the bloody aura was spreading faster and more majestic energy, no matter how arrogant it was. No matter how dangerous it was, after a period of time, it was no longer the powerful power that ignored the rules of heaven and earth in the beginning. Now, it had been weakened. In addition, Chinyu used a strange existence of heaven and earth, the power of Blood Azura. The power of Blood Azura was also not bound by the rules of heaven and earth. If they were to really compare, the two huge masses of energy were almost equal. But after all, the heterogeneous energy mass was just a mass of dead things. As they fought each other, they were slowly defeated. The light was so dim that it was almost like a firefly. Chapter 10:69. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation 10 Sacred Masters. 8. Heavenly Kings. All the famous experts in the Wind Realm rushed over. What they saw was Qin, Yu completely suppressing the mottled ball of light by himself. In terms of hardships, if it were them, no one had the confidence to say that they would be able to take down the mixed light ball. However, they were all very knowledgeable people. After seeing the dark red veined patterns gradually appearing on Qin Yu's body, Red's initial astonishment completely turned into fear. All of this was very similar to the legendary Azura. The appearance of an Azura would often lead to the suffering of countless people. The most important thing was that none of the Azuras were weak. If an Azura with Senzen strength were to appear in the world, all of them combined might not be able to obtain a true victory. Thinking about it, their faces turned even uglier. Just as the battle between the two forces was about to come to an end, suddenly a few people appeared out of nowhere. Their strength was not bad. However, they did not distinguish between right and wrong and kept calling him Azura. Their intention was to kill Qin Yu on the spot. The light ball over there finally got this opportunity. It began to grow without hesitation. If it was someone with an unstable mentality, they would definitely not be able to stabilize their mind under the pincer attack of both sides. As long as there was a little weakness, the chaotic light clusters would easily break free from his control. At that time, it would be a huge disaster. How could he let go of something that was already in his hands and let it fly away for no reason? 10 sacred masters and 8 heavenly kings working together at the same time was a strange scene that had never been seen before in the world. And it was just to deal with a person who had just helped them escape a disaster. Situ Hua's face was slightly pale. He hurriedly wanted to take out a communication talisman that could contact divine Venerable Xian Tian. However, the communication talisman could only be used once. If he wanted to use it again, he had to use a special method to restart it. Obviously, he did not know the special method and did not know how to contact divine Venerable Xian Tian. Don't do anything. He is the disciple of the divine Venerable. In a panic, Situ Hua could only try to emphasize Qin Yu's identity, hoping that things would not get too bad. Heavenly King Yahan's heart stirred slightly. Although thousands of thoughts appeared in his mind, he immediately refuted. Nonsense! How can you be certain of the truth based on your words alone? How noble is the supreme divinity? There is only one such person in the world. Why would he accept an Azura as his disciple? You're still young, so you probably don't know what kind of existence an Azura is. That is a monster that has no sense of reason, but is extremely powerful. Whenever it appears, it will cause great suffering and suffering. Countless innocent people will die. Heavenly King Dahan immediately took out a magic tool that could detect killing intent. Generally speaking, this type of artifact was used to prove himself. It was also to prove that some people deserve to die. And where did they come from? This time, it was able to play its role. Then he would definitely be able to reap great benefits from this. This Dharma artifact could detect things from afar. They were taking advantage of the fact that Qin Yu was busy at the moment. He immediately took out the items and began to examine them. It was a tool that looked like a ruler. A bright red line of blood began to rise. Halfway up, he crossed the 10,000-word mark. He was still climbing up until they reached the highest point. The entire ruler looked blood-red. Anyone who saw this blood-red pool would be speechless. Heavenly King Dahan was proudly preparing to make a righteous complaint. After all, Qin Yu was busy now, so he would do whatever he said. But who knew that the red line still did not stop after reaching the peak? The thin line of blood was beginning to swell. The entire ruler was on the verge of collapsing. While he was talking about how to suppress Qin Yu in an extremely serious manner, the Dharma artifact in his hand finally could not bear the burden. It completely shattered into countless pieces. It was extremely sharp. It directly embedded itself deeply into his flesh and blood. As the master, Heavenly King Dahan could not bear the burden. His body was covered in wounds of all sizes. Countless fragments were embedded in his flesh. It was a troublesome thing to pick them out. He had not finished speaking in front of everyone, and he had already revealed such a sorry state. There was no need to mention how angry he was. On the contrary, those who did not have a good relationship with him were happy to watch him make a fool of himself. Heavenly King Dahan could not bear it any longer and struck out with his palm. Earth Emperor palm. Then he followed up with another punch. Heaven-splitting collapse. This time he was extremely angry. He used his absolute strength the moment he went up. He was originally suppressed by Qin Yu again. The model ball of light felt two huge forces. It instinctively produced a suction force. This force did not land on Qin Yu. It also did not have any effect on Qin Yu. It merged into the modeled ball of light. It was originally a ball of light where all kinds of forces gathered together. Because of this sudden, powerful force, it finally regained some light. But other than that little bit of light, there was no effect at all. Heavenly King Dahan could not accept such an outcome. In his opinion, everything should have been very easy. But things had completely deviated from his intentions. At this moment, Qin Yu clearly did not have the time to care about him. This attack would most likely land on the ground, and he was well aware of his own strength. No matter what, he would be able to seriously injure someone. After that, he would be able to take the biggest share of the benefits. But all his calculations were completely miscalculated because of such a small, unforeseen event. Who knew how many people were watching him make a fool of himself? This increase in strength. It was not completely without any change. It was just that this change was not very obvious in the eyes of outsiders. The ball of light's strength increased. In order to recover this huge force as soon as possible, Qin Yu needed an extra minute to hold it. Even though it was just 1 minute, it was still a huge consumption. Of course, a portion of the power that was completely absorbed by the ball of light would also completely merge into his body. It was used to increase his strength. Although before coming, he had not thought about how high his strength would really be, but plans could not keep up with changes. Since there was such a good opportunity, it was very compatible with him. It was a pity to give up for nothing. Heavenly King Dahan had failed, but there were still many experts left. They just stood there, ready to attack at any time. But they did not choose to attack immediately. Instead, they chose to watch for a while. In this way, the biggest problem was not how to get rid of the Azura. Instead, it is how to get rid of Qin Yu while avoiding that strange power. Situ Hua was so anxious that the corners of his mouth began to curl up. But his words carried little weight. After this matter, he knew even more clearly. If he did not have strength, no one would care about his identity. Even if he was already the head of the family, strength was that important. Chapter 1070. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the halo that had been suppressed to the extreme. Under the strong pressure, it could no longer hold on. However, before it dissipated, it still wanted to counterattack. Even though there was very little power left in its body, as long as it released a part of it, it would definitely cause a great impact. Don't even think about it. Chinyu didn't use any strength. He already knew what this light ball was going to do next. As for the others, they were still clueless about this danger. Originally, as long as Chinyu was here to guard it, even if the light ball wanted to destroy the last bit of its remaining power, it was also completely impossible for him to do so, because the light ball itself had already been exhausted to the extreme. As long as Chinyu maintained the current momentum, he could safely eliminate all the hidden dangers. But there was no lack of idiots in this world, especially those who were extremely stupid and thought that they were very smart. These people would never understand what they were doing wrong. Instead, they would stubbornly do as they pleased. Among the 10 great saint masters and 8 great heavenly kings, although one of them had almost no strength left. Even his willpower had been damaged. However, the rest of the people were all extremely famous seniors. With these people in charge, no matter what family came, as long as they didn't have enough experts, they wouldn't be able to compare to them. Most of these experts had not been recruited by any means. They were also super experts who didn't belong to any family. Of course, they didn't have any scruples. Instead, they had always done things according to their own ideas. The experts joined forces. Chaotic wind rising, mist butterfly storm, explosive flame spear. The owners of these attacks thought that they would definitely succeed this time. But they didn't expect that it was precisely because they suddenly attacked. But it gave that force the room to completely erupt. Originally, what he lacked the most now was time and Chinyu to force him into a tight corner. There was no room for him to play at all. These people rashly attacked, but it led to the final tragedy. The power that was being persuaded by Chinyu, after absorbing so much power of the experts, it expanded rapidly, although it wasn't as powerful as before. But it also carried an extremely powerful destructive power. At this moment, anyone with a brain would be able to see it. There was something wrong with the situation. These attacks were not as effective as they thought they would be. Instead, it caused such a huge explosion of power. However, at such a critical juncture, the 10 great Saint Venerables and 8 great heavenly kings all left. This power was too strong. If they stayed here and got caught in the crossfire, they would lose half their lives. At that time, if someone took this opportunity to make a move on them, no one could survive. On the other hand, those who had been standing at the periphery and pointing had not left with the intention of watching a good show. This time, he would be completely implicated. However, those experts had no intention of taking them with them. After all, these people were too weak. Furthermore, the current heavenly kings and heavenly sovereigns could not even protect themselves. It might be easy to bring 1 or 2 people along, but how could they bring so many people over? A rough calculation showed that there were at least 1,000 people here. At the very most, there were only 18 of them. How could they possibly take all of them away? Even if it was barely enough, they would have to pay a huge price. And this price was not proportional to the final reward. These people were not strong enough to begin with. Naturally, no one would pay such a huge price for these people who were not strong enough. Among the people present, only the people from the Situ clan did not retreat, especially Situ Hua, who had been standing on the same spot. Even if the powerful force that was released had already left wounds of all sizes on his body, Those mixed forces were extremely chaotic and powerful. When they were released, they quickly spread out in the shape of countless blades. At this moment, there were already many people who were not strong enough. They were chopped into pieces by the wind blades released by the powerful force. As for these powerful and chaotic energies, when they approached Qin Yu, they all dissipated into nothingness. He had already done his best. If it were not for those sudden attacks, there would not be so much chaos. However, at this juncture, the people around him would more or less be affected. However, this place was originally a desolate and uninhabited place. Later on, the people from the various clans all fought for territory. There were not many innocent people who could stand here now. Even if they were slightly affected, they would not suffer heavy losses. Humph. It's just a bunch of dead things without intelligence and thoughts. The surrounding wind was raging, but it was only in this position. It was precisely because of this sudden gust of wind. The light that was already small and dim. This time, it was completely extinguished, like a lamp that had been blown out. Only wisps of green smoke were left to prove that it had once existed. And all of that power had been integrated into Qin Yu's body. This was an extremely risky move. The powerful and sharp power suddenly entered his meridians. It caused an extremely strong destructive force. But this power had not become too arrogant. It remained in his body. The will of the Azura woke up unwillingly. It directly suppressed this expanding power with a powerful force. As the power was extracted bit by bit, the tornado, which had originally seemed to be extremely large, was completely destroyed. This time, there was basically nothing left, until the last wisp of wind completely disappeared. The crisis just now had all disappeared into nothingness, although the surrounding sand and stones were flying chaotically. He looked as if he had just experienced a great disaster. But after all, everyone was still safe, even if there were a few unlucky people who had died. But the damage had been suppressed to an extremely low level. Situ Hua couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. His choice to stay seemed to be extremely risky, but it was because of trust that he knew that he had to stay, although he would take a lot of risks. But if he won the bet in the end, then he could succeed. To Qin Yu, it was to express his goodwill and to always stand on his side. Even if Qin Yu didn't need it, he still had to show a superficial attitude. Qin Yu looked at everything around him. At this moment, there was no special mutated land, because the reason why the land mutated, it was because that ball of light accidentally revealed a little power just now. With that ball of light, that piece of land could be preserved for nearly half a year. Now that the ball of light was gone, there was naturally no so-called mutated land. This matter is not a big deal. If I can't get it, no one else can either. The Sidhu family is still the #1 family. He had basically achieved his goal. Chapter 1071. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Holy Venerables. Heavenly Kings. None of them left. Moreover, he stood at a distance, observing the power of this area. When they saw the huge tornado, they thought that their guess was right. Everyone on that side would die, without a burial place. But soon, the huge tornado began to shrink and weaken, until the last bit of energy was gone. Only then did they realize that something was wrong. This power came, and went a little too quickly, wasn't it? No matter how they thought about it, it was unbelievable. When the Jiang family heard the news, it was too late. The divine land that everyone had their eyes on had turned into a wasteland. Now, it looked like a piece of scorched earth. This should have been the real appearance of that piece of land. However, because of this, all the effort and energy they had put into it had gone down the drain. Even they had only wanted to invest in many precious species, such as Lingji and Lingji. All of their energy had been sucked away. They gradually withered. Some of the more delicate ones could not be saved on the spot. As a result, almost all the families had suffered heavy losses. Those who had directly invested their hard-earned capital in one go were even more heartbroken. Some people had even lost half of their wealth. This time, they had lost everything. However, everyone was more concerned about the identity of the person who could cause such a change. It was Jiang Wenchang from the Jiang family. When he saw the simple portrait, he suddenly realized that he had seen him in the Sidhu family before. However, he had no intention of hiding this news. Thinking of the different opinions outside, he directly revealed this news. As for who would see this news, and what kind of trouble the Sidhu family would face because of this, he could not care less. He couldn't care less. This time, the divine soil was gone. It was impossible for the Jiang family to not get anything. If you ask me, I think we should go according to the previous plan. Now that everyone is not on guard against us, this should be our best opportunity to make a move. Right now, the Sidhu family is in the position of the family master because of a young boy. He even made a series of ridiculous actions. They should have been destroyed long ago. We have only sped up the process. Moreover, this will happen sooner or later. We can't let others take advantage of us. All sorts of theories emerged one after another. Most of the people in the Jiang family had such thoughts. Furthermore, he never thought that he had done anything wrong. It was precisely because of this that they quickly made a series of arrangements. Wealth and silk move people's hearts. Many people wanted to seize this opportunity to attack the Sidhu family. It was just that many people had evil intentions, but no guts. With the Jiang family taking the lead, many people would be able to take advantage of this opportunity to make a move. When the time comes, we'll help them and get a share of the loot. It'll be a good thing for everyone. For a while, many people became honorary elders or nominal elders of the Jiang family. All in all, these people were invited from outside and were not from the Jiang family. But even if they knew this, no one said anything, because the Jiang family had concealed this matter very well. No matter how arrogant he was, he did not reveal any flaws from the beginning to the end. After all, the current patriarch wasn't a fool. Everything was arranged in an orderly manner, and there were no flaws from the beginning to the end. This was also to make sure that no one was prepared for it. Sidhu Hua knew that some people might not be able to hold back and attack him, but he didn't expect all of this to happen so quickly. At that time, he was preparing for the banquet and wanted to properly entertain Qinyu. He had prepared countless rare delicacies for this, but these things didn't have time to be put to use. The door was suddenly broken open. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be broken open so easily. But this was a banquet after all, and a few people accidentally sneaked in during the bustle. In addition, a few ingrates cooperated from the inside and outside. Soon after, the door was broken open. I'm sorry to let you see this. Sidhu Hua's expression was quite ugly. These people didn't give him any face at all, even if he was lacking in qualifications now. But after all, he was the person with the highest status in the number one family. Even within the Sidhu family, no one dared to go against him. What qualifications did these outsiders have to barge in directly? They didn't even greet him and just barged in like that. Now, Sidhu Hua knew that his status wasn't high. The most important thing was that he wasn't strong enough. But even if he wasn't strong enough, not everyone could take advantage of him. Otherwise, where would his family's dignity be? I need an explanation. Why are you here? Are you going to shed all pretense of cordiality and attack me directly? How come I didn't know that the Jiang family was so sanctimonious and didn't know how to be patient at all? Jiang Wenchang bore the brunt of it. At this moment, looking at the group of people behind him, his confidence was unprecedentedly high. Moreover, they had already brought so many people and barged in. There were still no more powerful experts to attack. This also proved that their guess was right. Now, there weren't many experts in the Sidhu family. Previously, they had experienced such a huge internal strife, and later on, they were tormented for a period of time. Basically, most of the experts had died in the internal strife. How could there be enough experts to resist them? But for Qinyu, who was still here and hadn't left, Jiang Wenchang was more or less a little vigilant. This person definitely couldn't be underestimated. Jiang Wenchang's eyes turned slightly, and a plan surfaced in his mind. Since he had already instructed him before coming, this person couldn't be easily offended. Then he would try to recruit him. If the recruitment was successful, he would be a very good helper for them. It didn't matter if the recruitment failed. This time, he had brought so many people. Could it be that there was no chance of victory at all? Your future is limitless, and you will definitely reach great heights in the future. Why do you want to stay with the Sidhu family, which is destined to decline? Whatever Sidhu Hua offered you, as long as you stand on my side, I will give you double. At this moment, Jiang Wenchang, who felt that the holy spring was in his hands, spoke very confidently. Anyway, when the time came, as long as Qinyu stood on their side, their chances of victory were too high. The entire Sidhu family had collected so much wealth. Was there no way to pay these things? Previously, he had used this method to rope in the group of people behind him. If he used the same method again, he felt that this person should at least hesitate. As long as he hesitated, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Sidhu Hua alone? He thought very well, but it attracted laughter. Chapter 1072. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The noise grew louder and louder. Soon, Jiang Wenchang heard a fact that he could not believe from the whispers and jokes. Back then, Sidhu Hua had promised more than half of the things that he had given out for his own use. He had indeed given out almost 2/3 of his collection. The Sidhu clan had a huge collection to begin with. 2/3 of their wealth was an astronomical figure. Even if they sold the entire Jiang clan, they would not be able to gather such a huge sum. Not to mention doubling it. 2 Jiang clans might not even be able to gather that much. Even if 3 Jiang clans were to be added together, the value would barely be enough. Under such circumstances, if Qinyu had really agreed, he would not have been able to take out so many things. Jiang Wenchang could not believe it when he heard the truth. He even felt that he must have been cheated. How could someone take out so many things just to get an expert to stand by their side and help them? Even though he had invited so many people this time, he had only expected to give out half of the Sidhu clan's collection. However, Qinyu alone has already defeated so many people. How can he dare to believe this? However, I don't believe it. This must be a scam. Do you think I'll believe such an idiot's words? Using more than half of the clan's wealth in exchange for temporary help. If you really have the guts to do this, you'll bankrupt the clan sooner or later. You might as well not waste it and just give it to me. Sidhu Hua looked at them with a half smile. This guy had always been stupid. Moreover, he was born in a small clan and had no knowledge at all. He did not know how terrifying a true powerhouse could be. Previously, he had burned his boats by spending this sum of money. After that, this was the only good thing about him now. After all, he had great foresight. The Sidhu clan could not be compared to this pair of master and disciple. That was why he had acted so decisively earlier. This time, he might be able to get some help at a crucial time. Looking at it from a long-term perspective, it was definitely a win-win situation for him. This matter, Qin Yu interrupted Situ Hua before he could finish his sentence. It's not to help you this time. It's just that I can't stand it. Jiang Wenchang had a bad feeling. He also knew how terrifying the great power that Qin Yu had displayed earlier was. At this moment, he didn't dare to delay at all and directly hid in the crowd. With so many people between them, he wouldn't be seriously hurt. The others were also too extreme. They were blinded by the benefits in front of them. He immediately rushed forward. This time, a total of 7 people rushed up. All 7 of them had arrived at Shenzhen. 2 of them had even reached the late stage. Even with such a powerful force, he still had to use such a despicable method. It was indeed shameful to snatch something that belonged to someone else. Qin Yu now had the strength of a late-stage Shenzhen. Moreover, he had just used the power of an Azura, so it was inevitable that he would lose control of it. Although his willpower was extremely strong, and he could completely control this power that did not originally belong to him, he was still able to control it. However, he was more or less affected. If someone ran over to die, he would fulfill their wish. Since they were all here, he might as well leave no one behind. The 7 people surrounded him from all directions. However, they were not a team after all, and there was not much tacit understanding to speak of. Each of them had their own ideas. These people had completely blocked off all the escape routes from all directions. One of them was good at beast taming. He was actually riding an extremely beautiful white crane, standing in the air and constantly attacking from a distance. It was extremely troublesome. The others were guarding everywhere, completely surrounding him. Such a tight encirclement was almost completely covered, so no one could see Qin Yu's figure. Suddenly, in some of the gaps where this group of people came into contact with each other, there was a burst of bright light. After a series of screams, these people were all sent flying and smashed heavily, and Qin Yu was still unscathed. As long as he was serious, these people were no match for him. In this way, Situ Hua naturally struck while the iron was hot. He let those old seniors in the clan who were not involved in the dispute but had some strength take action. They could more or less share some of the pressure on Qin Yu. However, since this group of people appeared, they did not play any role at all. Qin Yu alone had already held back 5 or 6 people. The last remaining one was too timid to go over, so he was barely able to escape with his life. Jiang Wenchang was already prepared with a pale face. He would take advantage of the chaos to find an opportunity to escape. It would be best if he could run far away and find a place where no one knew him. In this way, no one would be able to find him anymore. Now, so many people were all dead. The Jiang family would definitely not have a good ending. He could see this very clearly as one of the people who participated. He was very clear about this. This time, he had to go back in one piece, but he did not bring back a single person. He would definitely be severely punished. The best thing to do was to take advantage of the fact that the news had not completely spread. No one would pay attention to him. He quickly packed his bags and the belongings that he had accumulated over the years. He ran as far as he could and rolled as fast as he could. However, just as he ran out of the door, before he could quickly return to the clan, suddenly a white silk appeared and directly rolled him back. Like a tightly wrapped spring silkworm, he fell among the crowd. He looked quite embarrassed. A corner of the white silk was even stuffed into his mouth. He could not speak or spit it out. He appeared in front of everyone in such a sorry state. His face turned blue, but he could not say a word. You actually still want to run? Do you want to abandon these people and roll as far as you can? Situ Hua did not hesitate to expose the last bit of thin skin on Jiang Wenchang's face. He wanted to run away from him easily. How could it be so easy? Many of these people had nothing to do with the Jiang family. These people had been wronged. However, they found that Jiang Wenchang, one of the main culprits, wanted to run away. They would definitely be angry. It would be troublesome to kill all of these people. If Qin Yu did not have the intention to kill all of them, it would more or less bring some great trouble to the Jiang family. As expected, those who were still alive all looked at Jiang Wenchang with hatred. Now that they could not even protect themselves, Jiang Wenchang actually wanted to abandon them. The benefits that were originally agreed upon were now gone. Even their lives were in danger. Heads fell to the ground one by one. Jiang Wenchang was so scared that his eyes rolled back. A puddle of water appeared on the ground. Chapter 10, 73. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Wenchang, who was in a sorry state, was sent back to the Jiang family. Countless people gathered to watch the show. Among them was the Qi family, who had not shown up and watched the tigers fight. This time, they were also secretly watching everything. The few elders of the Jiang family could not sit still anymore and stood out. However, the situation now was too bad. The moment they saw Jiang Wenchang, they immediately denied everything they had done. Even a discerning person could tell. How was it possible for Jiang Wenchang to rope in so many experts by himself? However, all of these old ancestors were adamant about it. They did not know at all. It was Jiang Wenchang who acted on his own accord. Also, no one was able to truly grasp their weakness, unless someone could produce evidence. Jiang Wenchang looked at the countless people around him. How could he not know what would happen to him in the future? Compared to the entire big family, of course, no one cared about his life and death. Even if he was the most favored young master, he was still used to pay for his crimes in the end. I'm not convinced. Why? I didn't do this at all. You guys told me over and over again. You said that the Sidhu family was big and had countless wealth. When the time comes, if you could give me a little, it would be piled up like a mountain. At that time, you said it was easy to get. Why are all of you scared now? If you have the ability, all of you should stand out. If he really admitted to such a big crime, there would be no wealth, not to mention obtaining any benefits. From then on, he would definitely die. If that really happened, no one would care about what a person like him was doing or thinking. He would die in some corner that no one cared about. Even if he was thrown into a mass grave and eaten by a wild dog that came out of nowhere. No one would care about what happened to him. Qin Yu moved his fingers. The white silk that had been wrapped around Jiang Wenchang's body loosened and returned to his hand. He received a signal that he was going to be released. Jiang Wenchang thought that he saw hope. At this moment, he only said a few words and temporarily let go of the restraint on him. If he said more, he would have revealed a lot of things that the outside world would never know. Would he be able to atone for his crimes? He did not ask for much, as long as he could save his life. Furthermore, he allowed him to take away the wealth that he had accumulated over the years. When that time came, no one would be able to find him, not to mention the revenge of the Jiang family, who could not even protect themselves. The elders of the Jiang family were furious. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could only threaten them verbally. Even though he had already endured to the extreme, he still cared about his last shred of face. He did not make a move in front of everyone, but his expression was extremely ugly. He couldn't wait to kill this unfilial grandson of his. It could be said that the last bit of hidden danger had been removed. When the time came, there would be no evidence. Who could say that they knew? They could just casually pull out a few scapegoats. That way, they would be able to maintain their position in the clan. No one could tolerate a family that was unscrupulous. even if it was the most suitable choice for them. If the Situ clan was truly past its prime, he might as well give it to them for free, so as to avoid being used by a bunch of trash for so many years and wasting large amounts of resources. What a pity that would be. This dog-eat-dog scene was a good show for everyone to watch. In particular, the Chi family, which was ranked second, was even more vigilant. At least for now, they could not easily provoke the Situ clan. It was not because of that little brat Situ Hua. It was only because of Qinyu. This person's identity was unknown, but he was extremely powerful. The strength of the people that Jiang Wenchang brought with him was already extremely strong. Although the Qi family could bring out more people and more powerful people, the Qi family could not afford to do so. However, they did not have absolute confidence that they could win. Now that the Situ clan's foundation was still there, they still had a chance to snatch the position of the #1 clan in the competition later. There was no need to use such underhanded means to snatch it now. There were plenty of above-board means. Those who originally wanted to make a move on the Situ clan were all discouraged. They were not prepared to get involved in this. Otherwise, they would end up like the Jiang family in the future. These people were dog-eat-dog. In one breath, they revealed a lot of secrets from many years ago. At that time, the Jiang family had not yet climbed to their current position. They were just a small, medium-sized clan. At that time, Jiang Wenchang was already born because his talent was not bad. He was considered to be a key nurture, so he knew a lot of things. At this moment, regardless of whether it was true or not, he revealed everything in one breath. In an instant, the Jiang family became the target of public criticism. These things could not be brought out in the open. If they were really brought out in the open, those things that no one suspected back then, it would become full of loopholes. If some people continued to investigate, it would be extremely easy to find out everything that they had done back then. Unfortunately, whether it was a guess or not, now that they were dog-eat-dog, there were many questions that could not be solved. After this argument, many people found the answer. At this moment, the elders also found out. The more they continued to argue like this, the more they would be exposed. They might as well not continue to hide. After all, there were so many people present. It was not that they did not have a good relationship with the Jiang family. Jiang Wenchang did know a lot of things. However, he didn't know everything. With this thought in mind, he simply went all out and admitted most of the things in one breath. However, after that, he sought an alliance with the people around him. However, some people who were originally in cahoots with them were a little uncertain now. During the argument just now, they revealed themselves, partners who had been cheated by the Jiang family. There were countless of them. There were even some who were completely unable to regain their former glory after being cheated. The Jiang family was able to have their current status and glory. It was not unrelated to those who had been cheated by them. Just like that, they had annexed all the way. In addition, they were indeed quite lucky. They also had some status. However, in essence, they were still from a grassroots background. Even their views had not changed much. Until now, they still liked to use force to seize power. However, the Jiang family's current strength could not be underestimated. These people were angry and joined forces to attack. However, they could only be beaten back. Only then did their minds clear a little. Even if everything in the past was related to the Jiang family, it was not easy for them to shake this big tree together. Therefore, some people took the initiative to set their sights on Qinyu. Indeed, they could not shake this big tree, but it did not mean that others could not. Now, the Jiang family had courted death and provoked an existence that they could not afford to provoke. Could they watch all these scourges die with their own eyes? Chapter 1074. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. I beg you to get rid of all these despicable people in one fell swoop. That's right. If there was anyone who had such powerful strength now, he could forget all these people and let them all be punished among the people present. Only Qin Yu, whose identity and origin were unknown from the beginning to the end, possessed such strength. Those who were dissatisfied or wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. Those who attacked the Jiang family all looked at him with anticipation. They looked at Qin Yu. Some of them looked at Situ Hua. After all, he was brought here by Situ Hua. Among the people present, only Situ Hua had the ability to speak a few sentences with Qin Yu. However, Situ Hua would never interfere in this matter. He was not qualified to interfere. They seemed to be certain that they would not be a threat. Some of the elders of the Jiang family had completely let go this time. They had thought it through. After all, they had powerful strength. Falling out with them would cause them to face danger later. However, it would not cause them much trouble in the short term. There might be some trouble, but it was not worth mentioning at all. As long as they could live well, they could do a lot of things in the future. Are you done talking? What was unexpected was that Qin Yu, who had basically only been watching this farce ever since he arrived, was actually standing there. After the matter was basically confirmed, he opened his mouth to speak. The moment they heard this, some people were happy, while others were nervous. Jiang Wenchang, on the other hand, couldn't stop trembling. The last time he heard Qin Yu speak in such a relaxed tone. Not long after, he returned in defeat. The experts that he brought over all became corpses. After that, the Situ family dealt with them, and the corpses no longer existed. Now that he heard this familiar tone, he did not dare to think about what would happen next. Before the others could react, Jiang Wenchang ran away. Anyway, no one would notice him at this moment. However, he forgot that he was arguing with the Jiang family members and others. They had been watching him all along. At this moment, he suddenly broke into a run. At this moment, he had already used all his strength to run. In the eyes of others, he had other plans. It turned out that the previous words were all to pave the way for him to escape easily. Jiang Wenchang didn't manage to escape and was quickly intercepted. However, since he was able to obtain his current position, he naturally had strength. He casually took out some of his trump cards that he would not have taken out just now. Taking advantage of the other people's confusion, he wanted to escape again. But it was another piece of white silk that tied him up from the most tricky angle. In the blink of an eye, he fell heavily to the ground. He fell in front of the elders. How many people does your Jiang family still have? Is everyone standing here? The elders only felt that the provocation in these words was too strong. Did he really look down on the strength of the elders? They were not confident that they could defeat Qin Yu. However, they had always been very powerful. Even if they didn't have enough people, it didn't mean that they had to ask everyone in the family to come up. He couldn't possibly win either. Forget it. The final result will be the same anyway. A gust of wind came from nowhere. However, this breeze was not enough to make people vigilant until the wind became stronger and stronger, and they could even feel a piercing pain when it blew on their bodies. A ball of dancing golden flame appeared in Qin Yu's hand. With the power of Shenron, the flame became brighter and brighter. It even carried a boiling hot intent that shot straight to the sky. As the wind grew stronger and stronger, although it did not bring any danger or harm to the people. However, the power of the flame grew stronger and stronger. The wind fueled the flame. As soon as the flame landed, it quickly spread to the surroundings with an unstoppable force. All the people who were swept into the sea of fire could only scream. However, they could not get rid of or extinguish the bright golden flame on their bodies. The elders were caught off guard and more or less touched by the flame. Jiang Wenchang, on the other hand, didn't even have the chance to scream. He had been repeatedly injured and frightened. He couldn't get out of the flame, no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he directly crippled himself. In the flame, he turned into a pile of black ashes in the blink of an eye. However, he was only the first person to die. There were also many people who would turn into dust in the flames and disappear from the world. The elders standing at the front were the first to be attacked. The attendants around the elders had long been reduced to dust. Only the elders could barely react at this moment. However, the flame burned bigger and bigger. Some of the elders could dodge it, while some couldn't. However, even if they could dodge it, they couldn't escape the encirclement of the flame. They could only make the flame leave their bodies temporarily. These were all people who seized the critical moment and cut off the connection between the flame and themselves very neatly. The others who didn't have time to do so were turned into ashes one after another. This should have been the scene that everyone wanted to see. However, seeing the huge Jiang family appear in the sea of fire in an instant, this meant that his flames did not intend to spread over and burn them as well. However, no one dared to approach. Those experts that they were afraid of, all of them turned into ashes in this fire. They didn't think that their strength could really compare to an entire family. None of the members of the Jiang family had the ability to resist. This already showed the power of the flame. Qinyu glanced at his palm. He only tried to add some of Shenren's power into it. The effect was unexpectedly good, the power that was originally added together with those elders. Even if there was no way to extinguish the flame, they wouldn't be besieged by the flame so quickly. There was no defense at all. The reason for this was that Shenren's power had been added. The heat and temperature of the flame increased a little. It made them a little overwhelmed. Originally, it was a wisp of divine fire that had been scattered, and Shenren's power had strengthened it. Of course, these ordinary people couldn't escape. The members of the Jiang family weren't very powerful to begin with. They could block the endless flame. If it was slightly weaker, they might be able to suppress it with their powerful strength. However, in the situation where they were suppressed by the flame, their moves would only bring them greater disaster. If the wind was weak, it would only help the flame and not extinguish it. Crackling sounds could be heard as the flames burned. Most of the people avoided the source of the sound as if they were afraid of it. Chapter 10:75. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The once glorious Jiang family was annihilated just like that. They didn't even leave a single survivor. Everything was destroyed in an instant. It was because they were blind and offended someone they shouldn't have offended. From then on, the words Qinyu became taboo. Very few people knew why. However, those who knew about it all kept their mouths tightly shut without exception. They also kept the mouths of the people around them. That person was not someone they could easily talk about. Situ Hua was even more clear about Qinyu's speed of improvement. The next time they met, they might see each other break through on the sky screen. Now that Qinyu had arrived in Shenzhen, if he could get some opportunities, he might even be able to break through to the true God realm. Just like Xiantian Senzhen, this pair of master and disciple might become the only two divine venerables in the world. The Earth realm was extremely smooth. Although there were many experts there, it didn't develop. There were tribes everywhere. The scene was extremely chaotic for a while. Perhaps it was due to his good luck this time. Qinyu immediately sensed the Kuan Earth Divine Dragon's presence as soon as he landed. This time, He didn't spend much words and didn't make any earth-shattering movements. After he expressed his intention, Shenron took the initiative to follow Qinyu. It was also because he took the initiative to submit that the conditions of the contract were not harsh. The Kuan Earth Divine Dragon swore its loyalty obediently. Qinyu, however, takes a walk around this place as usual, looking at the sceneries of the various large tribes. Occasionally, he left something behind and used it to benefit everyone for a lifetime. Those who had been helped remembered that there was such a person in this world. It was a pity that Qinyu had only appeared for a short time. Otherwise, he might have left behind a legend. After more than a month, he returned to the immortal world again. This land was still the most familiar, but this time he didn't come to find those who he used to be familiar with to talk about the old days. Instead, he came to find the bright Shenron. After arriving here, Kanshui Shenron recalled some things and could not help but feel a little emotional. When he received the summons, it was because he had fought with Qinyu. It caused the surrounding space to become unstable, and it just so happened that someone had taken advantage of the loophole. As a result, a huge mess was created. The light Shenron had chased after him because of this. It was just that the two of them hadn't had a chance to speak properly for many years. As a fellow Shenron, Guangming Shenron couldn't do anything to him in the end. However, he did not expect that after this incident, he would still pay the price. Are you here to look for Guangming Shenron? Why don't I take you there now? Qinyu refused. Since it was a place he was once familiar with, he would walk there himself. It wouldn't take long, and there was no need for anyone to take him away. In this way, it would take at most 10 days to half a month to reach Shenron. In the past, when he went to an exchange meeting, he could walk for more than half a month. However, things were different now. Even if he wanted to travel all over the immortal world, to him, it was just a matter of a month. If he wanted to reach a place quickly, it would even take a day or two. There was no place that he couldn't go. With the peak strength of Shenzhen, he could already come and go as he pleased. If he could reach a higher level, he could cross time and space. It was just a thought. At that time, creating a world was his pursuit. Qin Yu was well aware of his own strength. With his current progress, it wouldn't be long before he could comprehend that higher realm. If he didn't take advantage of the fact that his strength hadn't increased yet, after walking around and gaining a deeper understanding of this world, if he really reached the true God realm, everything he could see would be even more different from the different realms. The place where he first settled down, Mr. Yun, was still the same as before. Moreover, he had been gone for so long, and there were still many stories and legends about him left behind. They hadn't completely dissipated until now, and all the people he knew got along well with him. He only went to take a look at the giant Dragon Valley and the Dragon Temple. Their development could only be considered mediocre over the years. There wasn't any good development at all, especially since the Dragon Temple had long disappeared without a trace. After he got rid of the Dark Dragon God, this big force still existed, but it had always been keeping its tail between its legs. Otherwise, they would have already lost the Dragon God that they believed in. What could they use to establish a foothold in this world where the strong were respected? But with the help of the prestige from the previous few stops, it could also be considered a small force with a little reputation. But because they lost the protection of the Dragon God, the development of the Dragon Temple could be said to be getting worse and worse. They hadn't made great progress. In the Dragon Temple, a white-haired man had a worried look on his face. Now, they had long lost their master, but they couldn't find a real strong person who could bring them protection. They didn't have the slightest bit of nostalgia for the original Dark Dragon God, only resentment. Originally, they bowed their heads for the sake of powerful strength, But the dark dragon god was so easily defeated in the hands of others without understanding why. After he died, he even caused them a lot of trouble. If they weren't in the immortal world now, and not the dark realm, who knows how many people would have pounced on him and gnawed on his bones. With their current awkward status, they could only barely establish a foothold here. No matter where they went, they would only end up in an extremely miserable state. Suddenly, the white-haired man moved slightly. He seemed to have felt that there was a super strong person. No, it seemed that a venerable who was even more powerful than the dark Shinran had arrived. Thinking of the blow he had suffered now and the difficulty of not having anyone to protect him, the white-haired man felt that this should be a chance given to him by the heavens. It was a great opportunity for him to regain his backing and stand at the top of this world again. That white-haired man still had some strength. To be able to hold on until now with the strength of an immortal, he could still be safe and sound. That was why it was difficult to move forward. He might be able to hold on until now. He had already proven that he was a capable person, and he didn't lack his own ambition. Previously, he was still borrowing the name of the Dark Dragon God. It was only because he hadn't found a better backer yet. If he could successfully curry favor with a super venerable this time, he would be able to get on the boat of a super venerable. He would be safe and sound after that. Qin Yu's whereabouts were hidden, but he didn't deliberately hide it. If someone were to investigate carefully, they would be able to find him. But generally speaking, not many people would deliberately check the identity of a passerby. Qin Yu was just about to return to Cloud County to take a look at the person who was determined to be his disciple back then. How hard had he worked now? Chapter 1076. Before seeing Qin Yu, the white-haired man had already made a series of preparations. To an expert, the only thing he could offer was loyalty and his lowly life. But the strong didn't need people like him, so he had to think of some other ways to catch the eyes of the strong. What surprised him was that there weren't many people following Qin Yu. There was only one woman, and it seemed that the two of them were traveling together. In this way, the white-haired man could dress himself up a little more low-key. He racked his brains and came up with a series of perfect plans. Money, fame, power, and beauty. Even if Qin Yu wasn't interested in any of these, he still held a secret that no one knew. This secret was of no use to him, but it might be able to play a miraculous role at the critical moment. Let Qin Yu think that he was also powerful and a useful person. Everything was after seeing Qin Yu's face. Looking at that pair of calm eyes, Lin Minya thought. The natural pressure that belonged to the strong almost made the white-haired man unable to stand. He was stunned, and the first sentence he said was not the words he had carefully prepared. It was a doubt that came from the bottom of his heart. Have we met before? This sentence really seemed a little awkward. The white-haired man's expression was already very ugly. He couldn't believe that what came out of his mouth was actually such an ordinary sentence. Even he himself couldn't believe it. If someone were to say such a thing to him one day, he would definitely sneer. These words didn't seem to have any credibility. Moreover, he himself felt that it was impossible. If he had seen such a powerful expert in the past, he definitely wouldn't have left no impression on him. Such strength, such a natural pressure on the weak. If he had seen it before, he would definitely remember it firmly. Even such a person who was stronger than the Dark Dragon God, he was sure that he would definitely have second thoughts. He didn't have much loyalty to the so-called Dark Dragon God to begin with. If he had really seen it before, how could it be just a familiar face? Although the white-haired man's face was blue and purple, Qin Yu was extremely calm from beginning to end. He had indeed met this person once, but it was only a single meeting. You spent so much effort to find out about my whereabouts, and now you've come to me. Don't tell me it's just to reminisce about the past. The white-haired man had long known that everything he did would not escape the eyes of the strong. However, he did not expect that he had actually met this expert before. It hadn't been that long since that incident, but now that he thought about it, he felt a little dazed. How long had it been? Or was Chinyu pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He still believed in his own vision. Then there was only one guess left that had the highest possibility. In such a short period of time, a person who hadn't even reached the immortal monarch realm had become a super venerable who was many times more powerful than the dark dragon god. Thinking of this, the white-haired man immediately knelt down. He prostrated himself on all fours as he spoke of his only capital. I have the bloodline of the Phoenix, so I know the habitat of the Phoenix clan. I am willing to use the power of my bloodline to lead Master to the habitat of the Phoenix clan. Although it was a little rushed, it was rare to meet such a powerful expert. A powerful expert who could break through to such a realm in such a short period of time. That was one of a kind in the world. If he couldn't even see through this, then he wouldn't be him. The Phoenix clan was, of course, extremely noble and powerful. However, the phoenixes in the ninefold divine realm had not been drawn out for many years. The habitat of the Phoenix clan was also extremely mysterious. I'm not interested. You can go find someone else. It was just the habitat of the Phoenix clan. If he wanted to go, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Although this person still had some capital, he could be considered to have something that many people could only dream of. However, to him, these things that others dreamed of were really not worth mentioning. The Phoenix clan did indeed have a unique advantage. Even compared to the Dragon clan, they were on par. However, there was no way they could be compared to the 9 great origins of Shenron. According to legend, the Phoenix clan also had the assistance of a divine bird. However, that divine bird had always been very mysterious. He didn't want to complicate matters. All in all, the bargaining chip in the white-haired man's hand was indeed very big for others. It was enough for him to have a certain right to speak wherever he went. However, to Chinyu, this was the most ridiculous thing, because he had never lacked these, and he didn't need others. Bai Li was even more panicked. Originally, he thought that this was a capital to take out. It should more or less make Chinyu look at him differently. However, he didn't expect that not only did he not look at him differently, he wasn't even excited at all. He didn't care at all. He even asked him to go find someone else. However, if he could really find someone else, it wouldn't have been delayed until now. If it wasn't an absolute expert, he would never be willing to bow down so easily. It wasn't easy to meet an existence with extremely powerful talent in this world. If it was someone else, how could he be willing? Even when he did things, he was unwilling to do them. I can take you to the dark realm to find the treasures left behind by the dark dragon god. I can take you to find the secret of immortality. And I just want to stay by your side as an insignificant servant. The first 2 sentences couldn't make Chinyu stop in his tracks. What so-called treasures? He had never bothered to pick up the trash left behind by others. What secret of immortality? In this world, only by increasing one's strength could one truly obtain a longer life. Perhaps for some old experts in their twilight years, the secret of immortality was enough to make them go crazy. However, he was now in his prime, and if he wanted to increase his strength, it was right in front of him. After reaching the true God level, the secret of immortality was even less worth mentioning. He only paused for a moment in the last sentence, but it was only for a moment. If you had been honest early, maybe I could have given you a minute. After Chinyu left, the white-haired man sat on the ground somewhat dispiritedly. He didn't care about his image at all. At this moment, he was thinking about a question. Was he really wrong? Just now, he shouldn't have used such a method to try to attract Qin Yu's attention. Instead, he should have said what he wanted from the very beginning. Maybe Qin Yu would really give him a chance. However, now that they were separated, he didn't know how long it would be before they could meet again. Lan Feng awakened the indestructible divine body some time ago. I heard that the experts of various forces want to rope in the young city lord as their disciple. Such a great thing. Chapter 1077. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. There was a rumbling sound. One of them left with a pale face, clutching his abdomen in pain. He did not forget to leave behind a string of harsh words. Lan Feng had already chased them out for the umpteenth time. He found it hard to accept doing such things once or twice, but after doing so many times, he got used to it. At first, Lan Xia could not accept it either. These people were all experts sent by the various factions, and they were chased out just like that. Even if Lan Feng had a bright future, if he was being watched closely by others, he would be killed in the cradle. Wouldn't that be a waste of such great talent? Originally, he wanted to keep the peace, but there were too many uncertain things in this world. There were indeed some people who took advantage of the fact that they did not dare to resist and directly snatched people away. Plus, Lan Feng had already done the same thing too many times. He decided not to bother about it anymore. But among these people who were chased out, there was no lack of those who were truly prestigious, experts who were good enough to be a good teacher. Tell me, are you still thinking about Qin Yu? Seeing Lan Feng remain silent, what else could Lan Xia not understand? But he was somewhat unable to accept it. I've already told you long ago, that's not even in the same world as us. Qin Yu's future is destined to be bright. Look at you. After you obtained the indestructible divine body, you barely raised your strength to a mortal lord. But with his talent, he's probably already a sage king by now. Maybe he's thinking about how to raise his strength faster and break through to Shenzhen in a short period of time. Lan Xia's words made him feel a little guilty, but thinking about it, his progress would become slower and slower. Lan Feng's current achievements were already extremely terrifying. How could it be so easy to break through to the next realm in a short period of time? Lan Feng's temper had indeed been worn down during this period of time, but he was still extremely stubborn about taking someone as his teacher. The price to pay to awaken the indestructible divine body was unimaginable for ordinary people. Although it was extremely impressive, luck, strength, and endurance were all indispensable. He had also gone through many tests before he could barely possess the full power of the indestructible divine body. In his opinion, ordinary people were definitely not qualified to be his teacher. So these people who wanted to take in disciples were all chased back by him. He had always wanted to keep his promise. But at his current realm, he basically relied more on luck. If he was not lucky enough to awaken the indestructible divine body, and Lan Xia, at this moment, there was no way he could maintain his extremely fast cultivation speed. But if he continued to advance, he would not be able to get a better legacy. He had to take in. Otherwise, he could only stagnation. Or perhaps he had gone mad from thinking too much about it. By then, all his efforts, S is translation, and translation, Lan. Countless people laughed at him. Teacher Lan, master, translation of master. If you still don't come back, your talented disciple will be forcefully taken away by someone else. Those people are crazy about taking in disciples. They even want to snatch me back. Because he As a result, many large sects whose pride had been hurt were even more unwilling to admit defeat and sent even more experts. It was all for the sake of making him obediently acknowledge him as his master. With such a strong disciple, those sects would naturally be able to gain face. It had already become a competition between the big powers. It was already turbulent and not very calm. In addition to the matter of taking in disciples, everyone was frustrated. No one knew where it came from. Whoever had the ability to take in this disciple would be worthy of being the number one master, regardless of whether it was for the title of number one or for this disciple with outstanding talent. Everyone took action. Some of them were calmer. Some people even wanted to tie him up and kidnap him when the time came. Then they told the public that he was willing to accept, and he cried and begged to be taken in. Who would be able to expose him then? Because of this, the small cloud immortal city had been in trouble recently. Chinyu heard this chatter from not far away. Speaking of which, he had not decided to take in this little guy as his disciple. He actually called him master and rejected so many people. But now he changed quite well to be able to have such strength and improve at such a speed. For a prodigy who was originally considered to be quite talented, it was also an extremely difficult thing. In this world, to obtain opportunities, one had to endure danger. Lan Feng had already passed the initial test. He did not know if it was an illusion, but Lan Feng felt as if someone was looking at him. But he was holding the most valuable detection Dharma instrument on him. He looked around, but he did not find any strangers. Strange, could it be that I felt wrongly? As he walked forward, he seemed to have thrown the previous matter to the back of his mind. Lan Feng suddenly turned back and looked in a direction. That was the place where Chinyu had stopped just now. But he only stopped for a moment. So now there was almost no difference when he looked over. He could only conclude that he was a little too cautious and paranoid. But just as he was about to walk over and temporarily throw this strange phenomenon to the back of his mind, a new person appeared on the spot, and he seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Lan Feng did not see how this person appeared. He could not help but blink to make sure that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. No need to blink. I am right here. You were not deceived. Lan Feng started to wonder if someone had found out who the master that he truly acknowledged in his heart was. That was why he created an almost identical camouflage spell, in order to trick him out. As a bargaining chip in the fight between the major forces, he had experienced such means before, but none of them were as real as this one. So real that he felt that perhaps he had really seen Chinyu again. Lan Feng did not hesitate at all. He pounced on him and called him master, although he had many guesses and questions in his heart. But after all, there was a big difference between a real person and a camouflage spell. He would not be unable to recognize this. If he could not even recognize the master that he acknowledged, then he might as well just be kidnapped by others. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Master, you must have come back to take me in as your disciple. I've done my best. You can come and test my results. Lan Feng lifted his chin proudly. After all, he was just a young man. To have such achievements in such a short time made him feel that he was very impressive. The reason why he had been trying so hard earlier was to make Chinyu have a whole new level of respect for him. Chapter 1078. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, but the results of his hard work were enough to catch the world's attention. They couldn't enter Chinyu's eyes at all. To him, these results could only be considered good. It could prove that Lan Feng had worked hard, but that was all. It wasn't enough to make him look at him in a different light. Lan Feng obviously didn't notice this. After not getting an answer, he still wanted to pursue it. He wanted to ask about Qin Yu's strength. Obviously, he was prepared to make Qin Yu his goal and continue to work hard. Originally, Qin Yu didn't want to hurt the confidence of a young man with some talent, but he kept being interrogated, so he could only show his current strength. But he just let go and didn't tell him about his current realm. Lan Feng's face turned pale. Now, Qin Yu didn't have to say anything. He could also understand that Qin Yu's strength improved faster than he imagined. This kind of strength was many times more powerful than his. If Qin Yu had so many changes, then it was no wonder. At this moment, Lan Feng felt that he wasn't qualified to be taken in as a disciple by such a powerful person. He was feeling complacent because of his own opportunity. But over there, Qin Yu's strength had already reached the top. In the whole ninefold divine realm, who dared to say that their strength was much stronger than Qin Yu's? With your current strength, can you destroy this city casually? Lan Feng was already guessing to a higher level, but after all, he didn't have much vision. Even though he was being sought after by many people recently and became a popular genius. But he hadn't been out of this city often. His estimation of the strongest experts in the outside world was also a little too low. It wasn't just a city. He didn't even need Qin Yu to use his full strength. As long as he wanted to, this city could be destroyed by him anytime. Just like the Jiang family back then, it was easily destroyed by him. One must know that the land occupied by a big family was comparable to a city. He could easily destroy a big family, leaving almost no survivors. Destroying a city was an even simpler matter. If you've seen more of the wider world, you won't ask this question. Standing in your current position, what you can see is already not enough. You need a master, or you can just go out and explore with your weapons. You need to have a deeper understanding of the world, or you'll only stop. Lan Feng didn't seem to understand. In fact, he didn't understand what this meant at all. But there was one thing he could understand. That was that he now needed a master, otherwise he wouldn't be able to develop. He knew about this point himself. But he didn't think those people. Originally, he didn't think those people to as translation as Qin Yu. Now, after he felt translation, S is translation, now that his determination is to, those translation, their translation. They experts' translation air, S's experts. None translation, as translation, at like, at, as, at, S. That was that. They were to that they were inferior, as to was to, S to was to that. If T had to at, maybe, he would have been kidnapped in the end. At that time, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only compromise. But now it was different. Lan Feng knelt down and kowtowed without hesitation. Since he couldn't do it without a master, he didn't think much of other people. He only had this one choice. As for whether Qin Yu would think highly of him or not, he didn't have so much time to think about it. Even if he didn't think highly of him, he had to give it a try. Maybe he would succeed. Take me as your disciple. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. The others can't even compare to 1/10,000th of you. Even if you don't take me as your disciple, you won't compromise easily. Lan Feng had made up his mind this time. No matter what the final result was, he couldn't compromise with those people. What did those people think of him as? Did they think he was omnipotent? Obviously, he didn't want to be the disciple of any of them. Yet, they still treated him as a bargaining chip. Anyway, those people added together couldn't even compare to Qin Yu's ability. At that moment, he couldn't care so much. He just followed his heart. The reason why Qin Yu appeared this time was because he had the same intention. Since Lan Feng could withstand so much pressure, and he was indeed a person who could endure hardship, then why couldn't he give him a chance? Moreover, did he need a reason to take him as a disciple? You can be my disciple, but I'll give you one last chance to choose. I don't have much time to teach you. Soon, I'll try to break through to real God and try to find the realm above real God. In a short period of time, you may have a huge breakthrough, or you may achieve nothing. If it's the former, it's okay. If it's the latter, I don't mind throwing you back to Lonshaw for your old age. After all, a useless piece of trash that couldn't be supported by mud only had this little value. Lan Fong only hesitated for a while when he heard that it would be difficult. Then he thought things through. First of all, he wasn't that kind of person. Second, he had enough confidence in himself. Maybe other people would miss such a good opportunity. However, he had to make good use of this opportunity. Anyway, he didn't like other people. Qin Yu was willing to give him such a chance. He was already very surprised. As long as he could make good use of this opportunity, after that, he would be able to gain a lot from it. Even if he said it out loud, it would be enough to make him feel proud. Moreover, it was clear that he could learn even more things from Qin Yu. And it wasn't like other big and small forces, which were so troublesome. Since you've already agreed, there's no room for regret. Go and prepare the apprenticeship gift. Lan Fong was a little surprised. Then he realized that he had already fulfilled his wish. In this way, the big problem of apprenticeship had been solved. Lan Sha didn't expect that one day he would be able to see Qin Yu again. Previously, he could faintly see that Qin Yu wasn't an ordinary person. It was because of this guess that he had been extremely respectful, and he didn't dare to provoke Qin Yu. Even if he had left for so long, he had been letting him go. There were many rumors in the city. Now that they met again, it only made his guess become a reality. Not only was Qin Yu not in any danger, but his strength had also improved greatly. He couldn't tell to what extent he had improved, but at least one thing was he was more terrifying than all the people he had seen. Chapter 1079. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation It made him tremble with fear. Originally, the father and son were very careful about this apprenticeship. They even prepared a lot of red tape. They wanted to make this thing more detailed. But at the last moment, Lan Sha suddenly removed most of the steps. The most important thing in this matter was sincerity. Moreover, according to his experience, Qin Yu might not necessarily like this kind of complicated and elaborate ceremony. He was afraid that when the time came, they would think that they had done their best, but it would be the wrong thing to do. Don't make things too complicated, especially for such a strong person. It's your honor that he is willing to take you as his disciple, but don't ask for more. Apprenticeship mostly depends on us, so don't let him get involved too much. Even for strong people, there was no such thing as exhaustion. But it was so complicated, so troublesome. Who knew if Qin Yu would lose his patience because of this? Even if he was just unhappy, Lan Sha wanted to avoid this situation. Lan Fong knew even less, so he didn't think of the more complicated things. In the end, when Qin Yu came again, a lot of the procedures were directly reduced. And this apprenticeship ceremony was only held in front of his own family, with only a few people knowing about it. Of course, the apprenticeship ceremony had to be made public. It was just that it was up to Qin Yu whether or not his master's identity was exposed. It could be said that he had thought it through very thoroughly. It was just that he was a little too careful in some places. Qin Yu drank the apprenticeship tea that Lan Fong personally brewed. The apprenticeship ceremony was coming to an end. Suddenly, a palm-sized bronze mirror appeared in his hand. Although it looked very simple and ordinary, it was extremely powerful. It could be used as a heart-protecting mirror. That bronze mirror could also shine through many illusions. This bronze mirror could be used to contact people far away, and it could also be used to set up a spirit formation. It could be used to increase one's cultivation. There were more and more uses, but each of them could be put to good use. Lan Feng couldn't help but feel a little excited when he received this gift. There were so many functions, and none of them were good things with useless functions. He had never seen it before. Logically speaking, it should have two functions. Furthermore, their functions were very powerful, which was already very valuable. Not to mention, not only was it convenient to carry around, it could also be used for defense, communication, cultivation, and so on. It could even see through illusions. All the functions listed here would be of great help to him. Obviously, no matter what kind of trouble he encountered in the future, all of them would come in handy. Wasn't it a bit too much of a waste to give him such an all-rounder? Waste? Since I've accepted you as my disciple, I naturally won't be short of these things. Do you think that with my current strength, I would be interested in these things? The copper mirror is only enough for you to use before you break through. After that, there was no way for it to be of much use. At the very least, after his strength increased, it would be a relatively ordinary item. Of course, its value would not decrease. Even if it was transferred to someone else, it could still be sold for an extremely high price. At least in the entire Cloud Immortal City, there were not many such treasures. Lan Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Initially, he only thought that Qin Yu had such strength. This kind of talent was the best candidate. At the very least, he was many times better than those sanctimonious hypocrites. Moreover, those people kept calling themselves experts. Compared to Qin Yu's talent, they were simply a bunch of trash. But now, holding the item in his hand that Qin Yu personally said was insignificant, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Even such a precious item was insignificant. He didn't dare to imagine what was the most precious item. Qin Yu didn't tell this new disciple how many treasures he had in his hands. The reason why he accepted this disciple was because he had a deeper consideration. The speed at which his strength increased was obviously much faster than ordinary people. Even a genius couldn't compare to 1/10,000th of him. With such a fast speed, Li Yunmu was able to move as fast as he could. As long as he could subdue all of Shinran, his strength would break through to a higher realm. It was an easy and natural thing to do. As for the realm above real God, even if he wasn't being arrogant, he already had a deep understanding of it, and his future path was already very smooth. Everything that was incomparably difficult in the eyes of others became natural to him. It was even natural. Lan Feng kept all these items in his arms with some trepidation and awe, but he still felt that it was a little unreal. He really succeeded in becoming a disciple. Not only did he succeed in becoming a disciple, but he also got a very, very good item. He didn't dare to think about such a good treasure before. As for the future, he might be able to hope for more. With such a powerful master, he could have anything he wanted. Qin Yu found it hard to understand Lan Feng's excitement. After all, these things were too common and ordinary for him. He still had many similar things that he could take out casually. Higher-level ones were also very easy things. If it wasn't for the fact that this new disciple wouldn't be arrogant for a period of time, and he wouldn't be too proud and complacent because of the things he gave out and become lazy because of it, he could still take out more things. He could even directly increase a person's strength. With a lot of resources, it was very easy to increase one's strength. It was just that the more talented a person was, the more they were used to progressing step by step. Otherwise, there might be many drawbacks. For example, the state of mind and strength couldn't be compared. Another example was whether it would cause a loss of control of one's strength. All of this was an extremely profound knowledge. Lan Feng was confused, but he could still make out the meaning behind his words. It must be very meaningful, and these must be secrets that couldn't be passed on. These things were very important, so he memorized all of them. Qin Yu's disciple recruitment this time could be considered to have ended here. But just as he said, he didn't have much time to teach. But even so, Lan Feng could still quickly break through his strength under his guidance. 10 days was the limit of the time he could stay. It wasn't impossible for him to stay for more time. But if this continued, it would delay things. Moreover, this was already a great help to Lan Feng. If he stayed for longer, he might not be able to digest what he said at all. Now that his state was so high, just a few words of advice would be enough for Lan Feng to seriously learn for a long time. Chapter 1080. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Shenron of Light had long known that there would be such a tribulation. So he didn't leave, but stayed in the place where he used to live. How could he not know that the place where he lived had been exposed long ago? Other than himself, there were not many people who could break through the shortcut here. He successfully entered the interior, but there were always exceptions in this world, even if most people didn't have that ability. But there was one person who definitely had such strength, and that person had already found them in order to find them and subdue them. Perhaps this was fate. Except for him, most of Shenron had already recognized Qin Yu as their master. Even he himself probably couldn't escape this fate now. One after another, his brothers bowed their heads to Qin Yu. They couldn't escape. Even those who had resisted fiercely back then were now obedient and obedient. Shenron of Light already knew these things. He couldn't resist at all. After seeing Qin Yu, he almost didn't hesitate at all. When he was at a disadvantage in the competition with Qin Yu, he signed the contract without hesitation. But he didn't want to leave easily. He just wanted to protect this world. He didn't have any extra demands. He didn't want to see the outside world. He didn't want to see others make a fool of themselves, and he didn't want to improve his strength, even if this was the pursuit of most of the original Shenron. But he just wanted to continue to stay here. Then he would quietly watch the changes in this world. Since you have already thought of your own path, I won't force you. After Qin Yu refined the essence and blood of Shenron in his hand, his strength was completely improved to the peak. Now he even had the ability to challenge the heavenly tribulation, but he had a feeling that he should wait until all the essence and blood of Shenron was collected. Then he would make a real breakthrough. At that time, it would be easy. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry now. The essence and blood of Shenron was the most important thing. At the moment, this was also the most important thing for him. Shenron lowered its huge head with a serious look on its face. He knew that the fact that he could continue to stay was already Qin Yu's greatest tolerance for him. He no longer had any extravagant requests, only gratitude. As for the other members of Shenron, they all had their own ideas. If it weren't for the fact that they were unwilling, they could also request to return to their own world. Perhaps it was because the speed of Qin Yu's breakthrough had surprised them. He even had ambitions. She wanted to use the position beside Qin Yu to see if she could pursue more and see more places. The light Shenron had no right to stop this. It didn't even have the right to make a fuss. This was because all Shenron children had an extremely powerful instinct from the moment they were born. That was to build a world that belonged to him. He wanted to see what it was like to be above a true god. But perhaps it was because he didn't have enough talent, or perhaps it was because there was a world that tied down all of Shenron. No matter how much he tried to increase his strength, it was also impossible to find out what realm was above a true god. But Qin Yu's speed of improvement was too fast, which surprised and shocked them. If she could see that even higher level of cultivation beside Qin Yu, maybe they could also benefit from it for life. It was as if Qin Yu's blue blood had never come. But after all, he had left a disciple in this world. Very few people knew his identity, but he still had a clone. Although with his current strength, he didn't need a clone at all. But after all, the clone used to have an identity. When he took in disciples, he used this identity. Many people who were exposed to the outside world had a feeling of fear. For this genius who used to be extremely popular, most people also stopped thinking about it. At least the experts of those sects knew how they were in a difficult situation back then. They wagged their tails and begged for mercy. There was even a portion of them who later escaped and signed a master-servant contract. Of course, they couldn't do anything. Otherwise, if they found out, not to mention the power of the contract, if Qin Yu were to casually attack them, all of them would die. Under Lan Feng's curiosity, Qin Yu didn't hide anything from him and told him about the past. Lan Feng really couldn't help but want to go out and say it. Before leaving, Qin Yu didn't say too much. He hesitated and finally couldn't help but secretly leak the news. Everyone was in an uproar. It turned out that Qin Yu was the dragon who had only appeared once and extorted the entire immortal world. This could be said to be an uproar. Everyone couldn't hold it in. They all went to Xiantian's sect to ask for an explanation. But the people of Xiantian's sect also felt wronged. Back then, they were the ones who were cheated the most. Everyone was cheated. Why did they have to look for them? Was it just because Xiantian Shenzhen was someone who walked out of their world? This was a little too unfair. Almost everyone thought so. Xiantian sect leader only felt as if he had eaten the most bitter Chinese herb. His mouth and heart were so bitter that it made him tremble. In the end, there was nothing he could do. He could only apologize and stand on the same side as everyone else. Of course, they only temporarily reached a united front. But they didn't have the guts to really attack Xiantian Shenzhen's beloved disciple. What would Qin Yu, who had powerful strength, do? Although they didn't know that Xiantian Shenzhen was now a divine master of a generation. But even the strength that he had shown before made them not dare to move. This time, he was originally prepared to go to the Dark Realm. But halfway there was a small accident. In the void, he was attacked all of a sudden. The attacker had been hiding in the thick fog and refused to show his figure. Only an extremely huge eye was revealed, which made people shudder when they saw it. With such a huge eye, one didn't know how huge the body was. Qin Yu looked at this eye and felt a sense of familiarity. Back then, when Kanshui Shinran was moving around, it created a small crack. In the end, it tore the entire sky apart. It was this guy. But what was its purpose? Just to get rid of this space-time? But why did it suddenly attack him? Qin Yu had many trump cards in his hands. Even if this monster faced him directly, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. But this monster didn't have any intention of fighting with him at all. It had been hiding far away and only came over to interfere with his journey. In the end, it caused him to fall into a thundercloud. Of course, in the end, he was still unharmed, but he couldn't control where he landed. Now, he didn't know where he was. Looking at the lightning that had been flashing around him, Qin Yu had a rough guess. Chapter 1081. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. If his guess was right, then there was no need to leave. But what was in the void? What was it? Was it a void demon? It also seemed to be very, very powerful. If it was really a void demon, what was its purpose? The truly powerful void devils all had their own thoughts and wisdom. It was impossible for it to be a monster without any reason. Qin Yu, who suddenly fell from the sky, became the target of many people's attention. It seemed that everyone in the Thunder World was extremely bold. Even strangers dared to approach. There was not much naivety, just pure curiosity. And they were indeed very bold. After one of them sensed the natural threat from Qin Yu's body, he immediately changed his mind. He could not help but want to take a closer look at the person who fell from the sky. However, before he succeeded, Qin Yu had already seen through everything in his surroundings. He took a step back and had a general understanding of this place. The customs of the Thunder World were also a little different from other places. This place had been hidden from the world for a long time, and there was almost no contact with the outside world. Of course, as a divine world, even if there was not much contact with the outside world, it was enough to be self-sufficient, and then develop into an independent world. Of course, the most powerful people here almost all had the surname Lei. Even if they did not have the surname Lei in the early stages, they would change it later on. Because this was an honor, and only people who were strong enough could have this honor. Who the hell are you? Where did you come from? Is there a world in the sky? Did you come from the city in the sky? He couldn't have escaped from the Thunderbird's nest, right? The Thunderbird was a kind of creature that made people tremble in fear. It was extremely tall, and it had a human body, with lightning all over its body. Of course, every feather was also extremely tough. It was also a very good material. Thunderbirds and humans hunted and guarded against each other. And the Thunderbird's nest was often all in the sky. The experts who were captured by the Thunderbirds were unknown. Countless Thunderbirds died in the hands of humans. The Thunderbird race was said to have the Phoenix bloodline, but they were extremely ugly. They had an eagle-like mouth and rock-like wings, and extremely sharp claws, looking like tigers and wolves. They were extremely wide, but in the past, although there were people who thought about whether they could tame these creatures as their own mounts. However, no one had ever succeeded. Everyone had died at the hands of the Thunderbird. Since then, it was a fight to the death. No, excuse me, I want to go over. Fortunately, he didn't bring Shuelan along this time. Shuelan stayed in the immortal world to teach Lan Feng. After all, he would not be out for long this time. At most, it would only be a few months. Shuelan during these months. She was staying in these few months. Shuelan. Keeping up with him would not be of much use. Translation, when to translation, while translation, translation. This feeling of intimidation wasn't very strong, but at translation, everyone translation. Then they subconsciously translation. After they stepped aside, everyone was still in disbelief. Why did they so? Was it because was? So much so that one look was enough to make everyone give way to him. But more people felt that this was not possible. It was even a little ridiculous. If a person could influence millions of people with their gaze alone, they would be able to do so. What kind of strength was this? Had he reached the peak of the world? But these people did not think that their guess was right. Qin Yu had already reached the peak to begin with. As long as there was no true God, his strength was the highest in the world. Leaving the place where the crowd was the densest, there were countless flashes of lightning around, and the shops around him had all kinds of lightning and treasures of all kinds of colors. But he had no interest in these things. So he kept walking forward without looking to the side. He did not know how long he had walked, but he finally stood in front of a unique shop. It was also the only place where he could temporarily stay. This place could be said to be good in almost every aspect, but there was one point where the prices were too high. However, the gold coins here were very similar to the purple gold coins that he had stored before. So, he temporarily paid with the purple coins that he had not used before. But just as he took out the purple coins to replace the gold coins, the eyes of the person at the front desk immediately changed, although these purple coins could be used in the Thunder world. But the price of these purple coins was very, very high. It was almost to the point of sky high. One purple coin could almost be compared to 10,000 ordinary gold coins. No matter how high the price was, it was impossible to spend 10,000 gold coins for a night. Moreover, Chinyu did not take out 1 or 2 purple coins. It was a big bag. The receptionist could not count how many there were in such a big bag. Could it be 10, 100, or 1,000? Please wait here for a moment. I can't make the decision for such a big sum of money. The receptionist, who was originally pretty, was as gentle as water to Chinyu, but unfortunately, Chinyu did not care about all this. The woman could only run to the back, angrily. Then she pulled a middle-aged man and whispered into his ear for a long time. The two of them looked over from time to time. Soon, the woman disappeared. The middle-aged man walked over with a smile and saw the pile of purple coins. He began to estimate the value in his heart. With his eyesight, he could see that this half bag of purple coins was at least 1,000 gold coins. He could even judge that it should be around 1,000 and 100. His eyesight had almost never been wrong. It was very, very rare for there to be a mistake. So he even dared to use his life as a guarantee. He had never seen so many luxurious purple coins. Naturally, he was very attentive to Chinyu, but Chin, you just wanted to stay here temporarily. If this extra money could help him find some information, it would be good. After all, he had a small mountain of these things. These funds were given to them by someone in the beginning. It was a few 100,000 gold coins, but they only took out a small pile. If he were to take out that mountain of purple coins, he would be able to do it. Most likely, everyone's jaws would drop in shock. You want to find information? I don't know what you want to find out. We also provide information here. Of course, he wanted to pull all this money into his pocket. Chapter 1082, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. He wanted to take all the purple coins in front of him into his pocket. Of course, he couldn't just say some useless things. This middle-aged man had some special information channels and sources. It didn't take long for him to ramble on and on about a lot of secrets. Of course, these secrets were all worthless to Chinyu. He was ready to leave. If it was the so-called big news, it was just these useless family trifles. And those personal fights, then there was no need for him to waste time here. But the middle-aged man thought that he was dissatisfied with the things he said. Then he could only try his best to say more secrets. But Chinyu didn't have the patience to listen. If he continued to listen, it would only waste more of his time. Do you want to know about the inheritance of the birth of the treasure? I have a lot of information about this. You remember how powerful the true God is. The inheritance I want to talk about is related to the legendary true God. But if you want to know, this little price isn't enough. This time, the middle-aged man was able to tell that Chinyu did not lack such a small amount of money. So he couldn't help but want more things. For example, even more precious treasures or even more purple coins. But Chinyu didn't lack these at all. He was also interested in the so-called inheritance of the true God. He simply took out a rough sack used to store some rough things. He directly filled the sack with purple coins and casually threw it to the middle-aged man. The reason why he had to put such a sack on was because there were too many purple coins. Suddenly, there was no way to collect all of them. It wasn't easy to take them. So he casually found a shabby sack to put them in. if he hadn't carefully checked that the sack was indeed full of purple coins. The middle-aged man thought that he had been deceived. Who would put good things in such a shabby sack? But looking at Chinyu, he couldn't say this sentence. After all, this was Chinyu's own thoughts. He wasn't qualified to judge there, at least for now. He was sure that this money was enough for him to spend freely for a long, long time. Its value was enough to buy a lot of good treasures. The middle-aged man finally revealed everything he knew. It was said to be related to the true God, but in fact, there was no one who could obtain the inheritance. That place had existed for a long time. Almost every 100 years, a group of people would rush in to explore. This year, tomorrow would be the opening day. The inheritance was still there, shining brightly. Everyone knew that the inheritance inside was real. However, no one had the ability to rush in and truly obtain a good inheritance. Occasionally, there would be people who would receive 1 or 2 pointers from a true God, and they would benefit greatly. Most people couldn't even get 1 or 2 pointers. But as long as one went in, they would not return empty-handed. It was precisely because of this that many people were still willing to go in and explore. The middle-aged man didn't know what kind of strength Chinyu had. However, that place didn't have many restrictions on strength. As long as one was a true god, or below, one could enter. It was just that when one reached an extremely high level, almost no one was able to obtain the inheritance of a true god. Every year, fewer and fewer experts were willing to enter. Either that, or those who entered were of average strength. They wanted to go in and fight. They obtained some good resources for their own use. Or those who were bitterly searching for the inheritance. They wanted to improve their current strength. They wanted to enter the true God realm and become a super expert. These people often didn't give up and tried many times, but none of them succeeded. However, for most people, having such an opportunity was already many, many times better than not having such an opportunity at all. At least, it was the hope that was there. See if you're satisfied with this news. If you're not, I can only look for other news. Chinyu wasn't in the mood to continue listening to his nonsense. However, the last one was considered to be of some value. A true god's inheritance. Perhaps he could take the time to go and take a look. After all, this place had been separated from other places for who knew how many years. There had been no communication. He didn't know if there had been a true god here before, and if there hadn't, what kind of strength did they have? Chinyu hadn't fought with Xian Tian Shenzhen yet. Hence, he didn't know how big the gap was between him and a true god. Was he still able to take on challenges, or was he slightly inferior? He didn't know. No matter how confident a person was, it was impossible for him to talk about his strength. According to his thoughts, it was better to make a trip. This year, when the inheritance opened, there were still many people at the door. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 unfamiliar faces, but definitely not many. Among the unfamiliar faces, most of them were solo practitioners who came to join in the fun. For these people, the people from the big forces didn't welcome nor reject them. Of course, it wasn't like this in the beginning. In the beginning, there was competition. However, after each competition ended, almost no one could get the inheritance, not to mention the true God's inheritance. However, many people had received 1 or 2 pointers. However, they couldn't get the final inheritance. After a long time, many people's thoughts slowly faded. Since they couldn't get the final inheritance, why should they keep holding it in their hands? It was best for everyone to keep it in check. After a long time, no one got the inheritance. As a result, some thick-skinned solo practitioners who weren't weak could come over to try their luck. However, it was a little different today, because there was a person who didn't look like a poor solo practitioner. Moreover, he was extremely powerful. Moreover, everyone was very clear about it. a person who could bring about such terrifying pressure, was definitely not weak. It might even be beyond their imagination. I'm just here to join in the fun. You guys continue. An expert suddenly came, although he didn't seem to be much of a threat. It also made the few old guys who kept coming over to try to be vigilant. They estimated the strength of both parties. They realized that they didn't know who would win and who would lose, because Chinyu's strength was unfathomable, because they hadn't fought before. No one was willing to offend him easily. Plus, there were examples of solo practitioners who came in. They continued to open the inheritance and then slowly waited for the entrance to get bigger. Everyone went in one by one. Chinyu only went in after he saw that everyone had gone in. He only felt a little dizzy, but the world in front of him was very different. It was similar to the feeling he had every time he crossed the void. Chapter 1083. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, for example. The first thing that came into view in the secret realm was a bubbling swamp. There were also some trees growing beside the swamp. Obviously, there was a dense forest in the distance. But whether it was the swamp or the forest, it was extremely dangerous. Now, it seemed to be calm and peaceful, but every choice around it would affect what kind of danger they would encounter in the future. In the swamp, a pair of eyes would peek out from time to time. Then, they would continue to dive without leaving a trace. There was no trace left on the swamp. Only people with enough strength could detect this slight change. What was surprising was that the place he was standing on was completely empty. There was no danger, and no plants grew. It was just an extremely smooth and calm place. If one walked out of here, there were options of swamp and forest. I heard that the people who came here before found a huge lake, a river, and even the sea after walking out of the swamp. No one knows how big this place is. Be careful. There are countless birds and beasts in the forest, and there are countless disgusting monsters in the swamp. Many people had been here before, especially those who had been here before. Because of their experience, they had an extremely high right to speak among the crowd. At this moment, they explained it one after another. It outlined a world that looked calm on the surface, but was actually filled with danger. Soon, someone took the lead and walked out of this flat open space. When they walked out, they said that the place was dangerous. Some people chose the swamp, but more people chose the forest. Even if there were more dangers in the forest, the swamp was the greatest danger. It was possible to be dragged into the swamp unknowingly and never be able to break free. This was the biggest problem, and even many experts would find it troublesome. The death swamp was not an undeserved reputation. Once someone was trapped, it would be difficult to break free even if they used 10 or 100 times their strength. Even experts were rarely willing to walk through the swamp. Chin-yu closed his eyes and sensed every wisp of breeze in his surroundings, every exquisite detail. In the end, he realized that no matter which path he took, they would all lead to the same destination. It could be understood that no matter where he went, he would return to the same place. As long as he kept walking in one direction, he would be able to reach the same place. This mystic realm was like a huge circle. No matter which way he went, no matter what he went through, he just needed to find a direction and keep moving forward. In the end, they would be able to reach the place where they received the inheritance. As such, Chin-yu did not need to make any choices. He directly walked into the forest. Although the swamp was easy for him, behind the swamp was the sea. Although in terms of danger, the forest was one level higher. But in terms of the degree of trouble, the swamp was even more troublesome. In comparison, there was no need to worry about his strength. There was no need to worry about danger. So why would he bring trouble to himself? After walking out, the people in their respective camps were attacked by many people. However, the beasts all had extremely sharp instincts. No one was willing to make a move on Chinyu. This was because Chinyu's strength was very high. Although there were many powerful beasts at the level of Senzen, Chinyu's strength was very high, but he didn't do anything to Chinyu. Pick the soft persimmon to pinch, let alone these beasts that had their own thoughts. Naturally, they would choose the weaker ones who were easier to deal with. With the help of 2 experts, Yi Zichen was able to escape. There were no casualties. However, they were more or less frightened, and they would only receive protection for such a short period of time. If they left from here and walked a little further, the experts who followed them would only ensure that they wouldn't die easily. But there was no more help at all. It was precisely because of this reason that a group of people from various forces quickly discussed to leave together, because there was a slightly stronger young talent leading the group. All of this was extremely smooth, and there were no accidents. When the time comes, everyone will be together. If someone gets the opportunity, it will be his own. We must all help each other. Even if we encounter the inheritance, it will be taken by the capable. Everyone knows that this thing depends on luck and fate. Many people have not succeeded. If you succeed, then it should have belonged to you in the first place. Such remarks instantly allowed him to gather a large number of people. They were all willing to listen to his orders and dispatches. The most important thing was that when they were on guard against each other, there was such a person who could give an extremely fair condition. This aroused the yearning of many people. They all felt that perhaps forming a team was a better choice, and the disadvantages after forming a team had been avoided. Why should they be afraid of each other because of this? Even the 2 experts had joined in on the agreement. Principles? The capable will be taken by the capable if they could really get the inheritance and the opportunity. It was all their own efforts, and it had nothing to do with others at all. It was precisely because of this statement. Many people had completely joined this team. Of course, with everyone together, they could indeed exert a stronger ability. Naive. Forming a team was indeed a very good choice, but the premise was that someone could really keep their promise. Not interfering with each other was often the best in the face of powerful benefits. As for sharing and helping each other, it was nothing in the face of real benefits. These verbal agreements could not be more laughable, but obviously these inexperienced teenagers all believed it. Not only did they believe this statement, but they also believed it without a doubt. Some people noticed Chinyu's thoughts, but they only slightly disagreed. On the contrary, the young man who took the lead and wanted to lead seemed to have his tail stepped on at this moment. He stomped his feet in a hurry, as if someone had hit the nail on the head. Let's go. Obviously, if he continued to stay, it would arouse suspicion, and his position would be shaken. As for these foreign scattered people, they have nothing to do with us. Their identities are unknown. It's better for us, who are familiar with each other, to form a team. Soon, these people formed groups of 2s and 3s. Then, they stepped into the forest together. There were only 2 people left in the place. Other than Chinyu, there was a scattered person with a slightly funny face left. If he could live until now and had considerable strength. Obviously, this scattered person was not a simple person. However, compared to those with power and influence, he was just a loner. Those who formed groups originally looked down on scattered people. As the only unspecialized player, he was naturally thrown to the side. But he mistook Chinyu for someone like him. Chapter 1084. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. If you and I travel together, we can avoid a lot of danger. You're so powerful, and I know a lot of techniques. If you and I work together, we can definitely make it to the end and get a lot of good stuff. Snowflake Sanren looked at Qin Yu eagerly, wanting to get a definite answer. He didn't have the ability to stand out among the crowd. He had also heard of the dangers outside. With his ability, he might be able to make it to the end, but he wouldn't be able to get much. If he got into a conflict with those with power, he would be chased out. On the surface, they were allowed to come in. But in reality, there would always be a lot of attacks in the dark. It was because of this that he couldn't wait to find people. Even if there was an extra person, it would be much better than being alone. More importantly, everyone was able to tell that Qin Yu was most definitely not an ordinary person. He naturally observed a lot and could tell that Qin Yu's ability wasn't low. Even if he couldn't feel it clearly, looking at how no one dared to provoke Qin Yu just now, he could roughly guess a part of Qin Yu's ability. But to a Sanren, it was better to travel together. Qin Yu didn't need it. "I'll travel alone. Do as you wish." Qin Yu was very fast. So, no matter how much Snowflake Sanren wanted to stop him, he didn't have the ability. He could only watch as Lin Fan disappeared in front of him. He was helpless, but he could only choose a direction to travel in. As for which direction was the right one, it wasn't that important, because the probability of getting the inheritance was too small. For countless years, many people felt that they might be the lucky one. But no one could be the lucky one. In the past, there had been countless famous experts who had come here, overcoming all difficulties along the way. They didn't want anything just for the inheritance. They wanted to know the secret of the true God and break through. But in the end, none of them didn't return empty-handed. There were so many examples that proved that not everyone could get the inheritance just because they wanted it. At the moment, only those who came here for the first time or very few times had hope. If he felt lucky, he might be the lucky one. Of course, all the major forces sent their outstanding people here. The reason was not only because there were many good things here, it was also because there was an inheritance here. Perhaps one of them would be lucky enough to meet the conditions and obtain the inheritance. Even if the possibility of this happening was very, very small. After passing through the forest, they could see a winding river. Then there was lush grass. But just like the countless killers in Linji Forest, there were also ferocious packs of wolves on the grassland. There were also many terrifying existences. This world was like a real world. But in reality, no matter how much it was emulated, it was just a cave abode that was barely opened by a powerful being. Since it was not the real heaven and earth, its range was naturally limited. As a result, a desert appeared not far away from the grassland. Further away, the desert was connected to the sea. It seemed a little absurd. Since there was a sea, why was there a desert beside it? However, it was just like this that they depended on each other and did not interfere with each other. The inheritance of a true God was located in an extremely tall tower. This tower towered into the clouds and looked extremely tall, and the 2 floors below were extremely tall. Only the top was barely normal, and it looked more like it was going up layer by layer. At the top, it was the size of a normal room, and at the bottom, it looked extremely empty, as a test of the inheritance. Everyone could step into this place. And now, most people were still working hard in the forest, swamp, and other places. They barely crossed the forest, but they had not arrived here yet. So, there was only Qin Yu in front of the door. After walking in, it was extremely calm, with only the occasional roar. Walking in, he was blocked. The road in front of him suddenly split into 5, each leading to different places. Qin Yu just watched the road split, and then continued to walk toward the middle road, without looking sideways. After walking for a long time, his eyes were bright. A huge cage appeared. The height of this cage was even comparable to the roof. One had to know that this house was already extremely tall and huge, and now he saw the existence that lived in it. Only then did he understand why this house was built so big. Because this was the first level. All the testers were like this. An elephant with long tusks and a long trunk, although it looked very cumbersome. But its rough skin was like the most natural armor, and it was almost impossible for swords and spears to penetrate. And its long tusks could easily pierce through a person's body. Its long trunk was very flexible, and it could tightly bind some weak enemies. And its heavy hooves could trample all enemies' bodies. Other than being slightly cumbersome, there was almost no flaw. Unfortunately, this elephant was the most difficult of all the tests. It was also the most powerful beast in all the tests. Those who could stay here, although they seemed to be locked in a cage. But in fact, they also knew their mission and responsibility. They had to stay here for a long time and not leave. As long as they saw outsiders, they would not hesitate to kill the enemy. They would use this to guard the inheritance behind them. The cage opened with a clatter, and a heavy elephant walked over with heavy steps. It almost did not give anyone any chance to breathe, but it carried such heavy steps and a strong sense of oppression. Chinyu's expression did not change. From the beginning to the end, his expression did not change at all from the moment he stepped into this place. There was only eagerness to try, with such a powerful beast that almost had no flaws. Chinyu had never experienced a good test before, at least a guy like this who almost seemed to have no weaknesses. Before this, he really didn't happen to meet someone who was similar in strength to practice. This is the first level's test. It's more appropriate to say that it's training. This was a giant beast that made countless Sensen's expressions change. In Chinyu's hands, it only lasted for a while. The thick skin brought a very strong protection, but it was the heavy body that made them lose the flexibility of their bodies. Although the elephant's trunk was extremely long, it was almost flexible enough to tie a knot. But with this point, Chinyu was the easiest to attack directly, and it was the only weak point that could be seen at a glance. That was the eyes. In addition to the eyes, he could also attack the abdomen, or he could directly hold a long knife and cut off the elephant's trunk. Chapter 1085. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation: the blade slashed down. Compared to the other parts of its body, that long and flexible nose was not so difficult to destroy, but ordinary people wanted to seize the opportunity to cut off this long nose. It was not an easy task. The first and most important requirement was strength. He didn't have powerful strength, nor did he have nimble movements. There was no way to deal with the heavy defense of the elephant. To do all of this, cut off the nose. The elephant almost lost half of its combat strength, but its body was wide, so it could charge at will. It was enough for any expert who was proud of their physical strength to die helplessly with hatred. Chinyu leaped up with the tip of his foot and stood on the back of the elephant. He stabbed down with his blade. Even his dominating heaven blade could only break through the defense on the surface, and he couldn't kill it in one breath. But if the first slash didn't work, then the second slash. He would add another slash to the same position. No matter how strong it would definitely die. Although it was easy to say, it wasn't that simple. The elephant's body was extremely huge, and a casual step could cause a great shock. Although the room wouldn't shatter because of this, it would keep shaking. And in such an environment, its body was extremely huge. An elephant that was also very heavy. However, he was still able to stand firm and not fall. To be able to win in such an environment with the fastest speed, Chinyu's strength could be seen. At least if it was anyone else who had also come to the secret realm. They didn't have such strength. It was already good enough that they didn't die at the hands of this giant beast. Of course, it was enough to defeat it, not kill it. As long as one was strong enough, they would be let go after the battle. But it was the same to kill it now. The final result had been settled. When the huge elephant fell helplessly, a door slowly appeared. It seemed to be standing in the void, but as long as the door was opened, one could directly cross it. But all of this was not an illusion, nor was it deliberately mystifying. It was just that there was something profound about it. As long as the door was opened, it was almost equivalent to opening some kind of teleportation array. It could directly teleport to the next place, and the next place was 99% likely to be the next floor. The second floor was slightly smaller, but the beasts here were all giant tigers and cloud leopards crawling on the ground. It would only be more dangerous than the previous elephant, and he would definitely not be any easier to deal with. Each and every one of their movements were extremely nimble. It would definitely not become more cumbersome. Moreover, he was also very powerful. Most importantly, these guys had thick and heavy scales on their bodies. Even if he wanted to cut it off, it was almost impossible. In such a perfect situation, Chinyu just watched with boredom. Was this beast using the same trick? Although it was a little stronger, it was basically not much different from the previous elephant. Because they were all like that, it was almost impossible to find any flaws. Moreover, they were all beasts and acted based on their instincts. You're all too weak. You don't deserve to be my opponent. Either you send me up, or I'll break through this place. He was able to walk over so easily. Qin, you couldn't be sure that there was a core of intelligence in each level of the tower. At the very least, he was secretly manipulating everything. Perhaps it was a spirit produced by the pagoda itself, or perhaps it was the soul of a true god expert that was still preserved. Or rather, it was his will. But in any case, there was definitely someone here who could hear him. But after a while, there was still no one who answered him. The test was still as usual. Qin Yu directly began to make his move. He directly catalyzed his strength to the maximum. He didn't care about the beasts that swarmed over from all directions and wanted to swallow him into their stomachs. He directly stepped on the heads of the beasts and stood at the top. Then he slashed out with his blade, but it was reflected back. But it didn't matter. Even if it was reflected back, it still left a trace. No matter how strong the defense was, it definitely couldn't keep resisting without any conditions. And in the dark, there was a translucent, illusory figure. Feeling the powerful force that came from this attack, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. When did such a powerful figure appear in the younger generation? If we really let him fight like this, in less than half a day, the entire pagoda will be broken. He built the pagoda to let people accept the trial. Once Gao Tang returned, he would have no place to stay at all. He would be so bored that he could only wander around. At that time, he would lose the place he relied on to survive. He was just a slightly stronger soul. He didn't even have the ability to leave this secret realm. However, just as he was thinking about how to solve this problem, Qin Yu had already broken through the thick barrier between the second and third levels. He directly ignored the countless roaring beasts and jumped to the third level. There were no enemies on the third level that constantly wanted to bite. However, there weren't too many beasts with rationality. Instead, there were some puppets that were specially controlled. After these puppets sensed that a stranger had barged in, they all shone with red light. Some of their arms could stretch very long, and some of them could run extremely fast. Some of them had unparalleled strength. And this large circle of puppets swarmed over and could cooperate with each other. It could be seen that these puppets were closely cooperating according to a certain method. Therefore, it was particularly difficult to deal with them. If he wanted to defeat all these puppets, it would definitely not be an easy task. Previously, Chinyu could easily come here, but now he couldn't help but feel a little strenuous. After all, there were too many puppets, and they didn't have many weaknesses. It would already take a lot of time to break the formation formed by the puppets, not to mention killing all these puppets one by one. The energy spent could almost exhaust all of a person's strength. Of course, Chinyu knew that it could consume part of his strength. For others, it was a complete disaster. And he had just broken through to the 3rd level. The test here was definitely not that difficult. That could only be because the existence behind the scenes had realized it. His strength was so powerful that it was irresistible. Therefore, he used this method to try to attack. However, this kind of puppet also had a fatal weakness. As long as these puppets were completely cut off from the outside world, then their energy cores would be destroyed. There would be no more power to resist. Annihilation Thunder, the illusory figure who had been hiding in the dark and watching all of this, felt the aura of annihilation. His body was so excited that he was trembling slightly. How many years had it been? He actually saw the Annihilation Thunder again. This was something he had dreamed of. Even now, he still wanted to get it. Chapter 1086. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation in the Thunder World. It was no longer possible to find out just how high the status of the Annihilation Divine Thunder was. All they knew was that only a small number of people could master it. Those who had mastered the Annihilation Divine Lightning. Without exception, all of them were super experts who kept their word. Hierarch Thundercloud had once wanted to master the Annihilation Divine Lightning. However, the power of the Annihilation Divine Lightning was too violent. Since he had failed to master it and was injured, Hierarch Thundercloud could only give up on the idea for now. In the end, he did not have the patience to persist until the end. Most importantly, someone had given him a more docile divine lightning at that crucial moment. He now had a more docile and powerful divine lightning. He had temporarily given up on something as troublesome as the Annihilation Divine Lightning. However, in the end, everything he had done was wrong. Giving up on the Annihilation Divine Lightning was equivalent to giving up on the endless possibilities in the future. When he truly broke through to the true God realm, he realized that the Annihilation Divine Lightning was not as simple as it seemed. It was a path that was completely incompatible with heaven and earth. Those who mastered the Annihilation Divine Lightning generally dared to go against heaven and earth. In other words, they had the power to go against heaven and earth. It was a pity that he had to wait until he reached his current level. There was no way to master it again. The two types of divine lightning repelled each other. He had accepted other paths and used the previous path to reach his current level. He would never be able to break through the norm. He could only comprehend the power of the world step by step. He could only use gentle means to create everything. In the end, he died unwillingly. His body decayed, but his soul survived. If he wanted to completely get rid of his current state, he could only break through everything. He wanted to see if he could obtain the legendary power of the Annihilation Great Path. Perhaps he could break through the norm that was binding him. Chin, you felt that there was a power that wanted to pull him into a place. He could guess that it was the person behind the scenes who wanted to do something. He didn't even try to dodge, and just let the other party pull him away. When his eyes lit up, he saw that this place was just like a normal room. This meant that this was the top of the tower. Can you fully control the Annihilation Divine Lightning in your hand? Although this illusory figure was not very powerful. His tone even sounded a little impatient. However, the aura that belonged to a powerhouse or even a true god powerhouse, he would definitely not mistake it. Chinyu's expression became slightly more serious. Just now, he was wondering who was the true controller of this place. From the looks of it, he was the true god expert who had never left. However, his current state could not be compared to his peak state. However, it was just an illusory figure. Perhaps there would be a great storm that would completely dissipate. Senior is talking about this. The power of the annihilation, divine thunder, filled the entire room. The excitement on ultimate god Thundersky's face could not be concealed. Yes, 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 that's it. How did you completely control the annihilation godly lightning? I was foolish. You naturally have your own way of controlling it. Rashly inquiring about other people's unique skills was an extremely rude and abrupt thing to do. After regaining his senses, Hierarch Thunder Firmament restrained his excitement. If he wanted to get rid of this illusory body, he could only do his best to find all kinds of methods. And this time, Chinyu had allowed him to see a new hope. If he could refine the commemoration divine thunder, he might be able to embark on a new path. It did not matter even if he failed again. After all, as long as he succeeded, he would have a lot more time. Moreover, it was calculated in 100,000 years. After breaking through to the true God realm, he would not have to worry about dying of old age. However, if he could not break through as a human who had always been relatively weak, there were almost no powerful abilities that could prevent all kinds of accidents. Usually, in a long time, there was a high possibility that he would go crazy, or he might have doubts about the path he was currently on. All of these could cause him to lose his life at any time. In this long period of time, there were too many accidents of all kinds. However, after reaching the true God realm, any accident could lead to extremely serious consequences. As a result, although he had extremely powerful abilities, there were fewer and fewer of them later on. It was precisely because there were a lot of troubles. More and more experts were unwilling to casually release their inheritance and experience. Naturally, he was extremely unwilling to do so. At least in his opinion, it was a waste to embark on such a path. If he really increased his strength and reached the true God realm, except for a few people who were extremely talented and had embarked on the right path. Most people in this world were definitely not on the right path. Just like the annihilation divine, thunder, that he sighed with emotion just now. Later on, he realized that even if it was only the divine thunder with the same effect, the path of nirvana was also unique. At least, the path that ordinary people took was not suitable at all. They could only become the puppets of heaven and earth. Although it seemed very powerful, after that, they no longer had the ability to improve. Moreover, it was almost obvious. How could they not feel despair? I help you refine your body. Then what can you give me? Hierarch Thunder Firmament sat down without hesitation and made a decision. To him, there was nothing more important than regaining a part of his strength. At least, he would be able to see hope in the future, regardless of whether it was good or bad. It was not like before, when he broke through and discovered a part of the truth of this world. He could only muddle through his days. This was because he knew that no matter how hard he worked, he could not pursue a higher realm. He could only helplessly endure 10,000 years of loneliness and loneliness. However, because his lifespan was very long, 10,000 years was not enough. His lifespan was calculated in units of 100,000 years. It was not troublesome to live up to 1,000,000 years. However, very few people could really live up to 1,000,000 years. They could always live and not go crazy. I can give you everything that I have now. I spent a lot of time accumulating this. It is somewhat valuable. I see that you are about to break through your strength. I can also tell you a lot of my experience. As long as you want, I can tell you everything that I know and possess. Hierarch Thunder Firmament almost did not care about anything else. He wanted to get out of his current situation too much. At present, he had everything in his hands. In his eyes, it was nothing compared to being able to get out of his current predicament. He could recover a part of his strength and leave this place. He had not seen the outside world for a long time. Chapter 1087. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The sacred hall, which had been worshipped as a holy land, suddenly collapsed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the towering sacred tower that had stood there for 10,000 years began to crumble. Inch by inch, it began to crumble until only a small spire was left. However, it was still impossible to escape. In the end, only an empty space was left. Only a person and a translucent shadow were left behind. However, unlike before, Hierarch Thunder Firmament had recovered a portion of his strength. He was the one who had created the sacred hall earlier. This so-called sacred tower had no other purpose other than to allow people to pass the test. To put it simply, it was just for show. It did not have much use at all. After listening to Chinyu's advice, he realized that Chinyu did not need such a decoration at all. He was going to destroy everything. After using the sacred tower to exist for so long, he had long hated this so-called sacred tower. He wanted to destroy it. If not for the fact that he still needed to survive, he would not have stayed in this place for so long. From today onwards, I'm free. This sacred hall is a world that I created after studying for a long time. However, as you can see, it's not perfect. It's very, very complicated to perfect a world. I can only do my best to create mountains and rivers. Of course, he had once wanted to find another way. He wanted to create a more complicated environment. However, the end result proved that his efforts were in vain. Therefore, he only created a nondescript, mystic realm instead of a real world. Hierarch Thunder Firmament really did not need these things. After looking at it for so many years, he was already tired of looking at it, no matter how beautiful the scenery was. He was very familiar with every flower, every blade of grass, and every leaf here. He even knew how many leaves there were on each tree. One could only imagine how bored this old man was. Chinyu did not refuse because he knew very well it was better to accept it. It was beneficial to both parties. However, the others did not realize that the sacred hall had a new owner. They all came one after another. When they saw Chinyu in the center of the sacred hall, they all became speechless. At first, they could not help but fall silent. This was because they all recognized Chinyu. Wasn't that the stranger from before? But even if they recognized him, this time, they didn't know what to do. First of all, no one knew where Chinyu came from. No one knew what Chinyu had done. It could only be deduced from the collapse of the divine tower. Chinyu should have received all the inheritances. On the other hand, the other persons seemed to have mixed feelings. Those people had been here and had broken into the sanctum. Those who had reached the end and received some pointers were definitely not unfamiliar with this person. Even if it was a translucent shadow, no one would dare to be disrespectful. This was because the entire mystic realm was under his control. He even had a complete inheritance in his hands. That was an inheritance that could allow all of them to reach the heavens in a single bound. This time, the true purpose of these experts was not to explore this place. He wasn't here to try his luck. Instead, they were here to think of a way to make this translucent phantom agree to their request, pass on the inheritance to them, even if he had tried many times to no avail. However, they would more or less gain a lot of benefits. So this trip was not in vain. Hence, they came more frequently. However, this year was a little different from the previous years. It was like heaven and earth. The inheritance, has it been taken by someone? Hierarch Thunder Firmament looked at these slightly familiar faces. After thinking for a long time, he finally remembered who they were. He was really too bored here. Hence, when the Mystic Realm opened, there were also some people who tried their best to bring him some good things to please him. Of course, it was to take away more valuable things from him. However, he was really too bored. Hence, he was willing to give them some things. It wasn't a lot, and it wasn't very useful to him. However, to these people, it was an incomparable, supreme thing. You're wrong. It's not just the inheritance. I told him to give everything I had to him. From now on, there will be no true secret realm. You don't have to come anymore. However, many people couldn't accept this news. They came here again and again for the sake of obtaining a lot of good things. If they couldn't get these benefits from now on, where could they find a similar one to replace them? This was a true god. Previously, they weren't in a hurry. Even if there were times when they couldn't help but want to destroy everything, they didn't destroy anything. Wasn't it just a long-term plan? Anyway, no one else could get it. What if one day they were lucky enough to let their own people take the inheritance? However, the worst-case scenario still came true. An unknown expert came out of nowhere. He got the inheritance. He even got everything in the Mystic Realm. The 3 pagoda guards who came this time were actually very powerful. They worked together to target Chinyu. In the entire Thunder world, the 3 great pagodas worked together and were wary of each other. There were many experts among them. However, there was an unwritten rule in the 3 great pagodas. When there was an external enemy, they had to work together at all costs. All the grudges had to be put aside for the time being. Even if it was a blood feud, they couldn't move a finger. Hence, when facing Chinyu, who had taken the inheritance and everything closely related to it, all of them joined hands at the same time. They were only prepared to deal with Chinyu alone. As for the contents of the inheritance, how were they going to divide it? Of course, they would divide it equally. Since an outsider got it, they would capture him and take turns to interrogate him. Whatever they could get out of him would depend on them. Chinyu stood there motionlessly. He allowed those attacks to land on his body. For the time being, he didn't do anything. The jade pendant made by Divine Master Xiantian was on him at the moment. These attacks would only fall on him and then be eliminated. Unless these people could stand there and keep attacking at this speed for more than an hour. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hurt him. As for Chinyu, who was standing still, he was in fact receiving control of the entire secret realm. Divine Master Lei Xiao had already handed over control of this part to Chinyu. However, there was always a process of receiving it. Moreover, it was a mystic realm that was created by someone. If they wanted to receive it, they had to understand every inch of it. This would be a very time-consuming thing. Half a day later, those people still didn't stop. However, it was the younger generation who attacked. Chapter 1088. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Hierarch Thundercloud once had a famous skill called the Sea Turns into Mulberry Fields. Countless changes could happen in an instant, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Very few people knew about this skill of his, and it was extremely difficult to cultivate. He had a sudden inspiration after breaking through to the true God realm and instantly created a foundation. Later on, he kept looking for things to perfect it, and that was how he became famous. It was also his most powerful skill. No one could surpass him. As the saying went, the world changed, and the sea turned into mulberry fields. Nothing could survive the decay of time. Even the entire world would slowly change over the long years. The mountains and rivers in the world, countless lives. They would also experience changes over the course of countless years. Hierarch Thundercloud's original intention when he created this skill, he wanted to integrate the characteristics of the sea turned into mulberry fields. He wanted everyone who needed to be restricted by time. They had no choice but to be restricted by the sea turned into mulberry fields. It was a pity that he did not master it. It did have the power of the sea turned into mulberry fields for the weak. However, the effect would be much worse for those who were similar to him. It was enough to deal with ordinary people, and the things in the Divine Pagoda before were often created by him using this unique skill. It was slightly different from real life. However, it was enough for him to use on a daily basis. Hierarch Thundercloud did not appear for a long time. He had long forgotten what the people outside were like. Therefore, he was the most shocked when the countless attacks came. Fortunately, Qin Yu had been standing at his original place the entire time without being injured in the slightest. However, he knew that this was not a long-term solution. He was about to change the environment of the secret realm. He wanted to use the countless beasts he created to resist the fearless actions of these people. However, he was extremely shocked when he made his move. Even though he had an incorporeal body, a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his head. He had lost control of the secret realm that he had created with his own hands. His control over the secret realm had not completely disappeared. However, it was indeed losing a lot. As a result, he could only stand there helplessly. Even if he wanted to mobilize the power, he could only mobilize a small part of it. At this rate, the power he mobilized had not arrived yet. He was afraid that the power would be out of his control. In other words, he could only watch it all happen. However, he was no longer worried at all. Instead, it was a complicated feeling. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this. In this declining era, there is actually such a talented person who has surpassed everyone. Hierarch Thundercloud, of course, was aware that the most powerful person in the outside world was censored. He was Thundercloud translation. Therefore, he did not know that someone had broken through the true God realm for the past 10,000 years. However, there was one thing that had not. In Thundercloud in his eyes. 1,000,000 years in the prosperous age. 1,000,000 years. In every God realm, there was a genuine true God. God is his realm with that was Shunran. That, some prosperous sacred grounds, even had 2 or 3 true gods overseeing them. Thundercloud fields was in Thundercloud sky. He trianin in it in such times in fields and places, in such a place. There, even heaven, that in the even, appeared. Was a that person? That was to Cloud Qin. You was still standing in the same place. He did not move at all. However, none of the attacks that came from all directions were able to harm him at all. All the power that fell on him dissipated. At this moment, the entire secret realm trembled slightly. Only a few people could feel this slight tremor. However, because their attention had already landed on Qin Yu's expression changed drastically. Naturally, they didn't notice this slight change. It was because they did not notice this slight change. This caused the distance between the two sides to widen. Tall trees instantly grew to the sky. Countless lakes spread up to their ankles. The creatures in the swamp opened their eyes and escaped. The densely packed poisonous creatures in the desert were all heading in one direction. In the empty sky, rolling thunder clouds appeared. Nobody knew when it started, but the wind was getting stronger. The wind blew sand and made people's faces hurt. There were only a few people who could sense the impending storm. As for the rest of the younger generation, they were completely oblivious to all of this until the crisis came. All those who dared to provoke him were turned into dust. He stepped on a giant crocodile and endured countless lightning bolts. Everything around him was his power. Just ask, who else? No one dared to continue at this juncture. The 3 guards even directly gave up on those outstanding disciples. Of course, there was no one for them to save at this moment. Those who could die should die. Those who were weak. Basically, none of them were left. Of all the people who had attacked him, only the 3 great guardians were left. However, there was only one left who was lucky enough to escape. It was the lone cultivator who had extended an olive branch to him back then. It was just that this lone cultivator was excluded, so he did not make a move. At this moment, he was lucky enough to escape. He avoided this life and death calamity. However, the 3 guards seemed to be lucky enough to avoid it. In fact, there was still countless pain waiting for them. He has the power of the entire secret realm. Let's go. At this moment, everyone had to avoid the sharpness and restrain their movements. However, how could a prey that had been targeted so easily escape? Obviously, it was impossible. A branch suddenly flew over from nowhere. A cloud drifted over from afar. A piece of soil under one's feet became the most fatal stumbling block. This was the power of creation. It was also the power that intoxicated everyone. It was the power that could control everything. A dark light flashed in Chinyu's eyes. His heart was boiling with killing intent. Finally, from 1,000 miles away, he clenched his fist. A few people instantly exploded, as if they had been squeezed to death. Such a powerful force, such a terrifying might. No one could resist it. However, most of them were already dead. But after receiving such a huge power and the accumulation of countless years by an old monster, this was just the beginning. If he could not vent it out and find a balance point of power, he would be lost in this huge power. At this moment, several rays of light flashed across his body. The 7 Shinran gods were constantly devouring the excess power. Because of this, the dragon soul beside Qin, you also obtained an enormous increase in strength. It was only one step away from becoming a true god. Divine Master Thunderskies' jaw almost dropped. They watched helplessly as Qin, you forcibly suppressed the opportunity to break through. He dared to guarantee that although he had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, he had never seen such a special situation. Chapter 1089. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. There were actually people in this world. They were able to suppress the breakthrough opportunity with their own strength, even if their strength was so vigorous that it almost broke their meridians. They could casually release a portion of their strength. It would lead to the tragic deaths of countless people in this world. However, such majestic strength was still able to be suppressed. However, he was still able to be forcefully suppressed by someone, leaving nothing behind. How shocking and terrifying was this? When Qin Yu completely woke up, everything was settled, and the explosive power in his body did not remain. Instead, it was extremely calm, as if everything had turned peaceful. The excess tyrannical strength was all absorbed by Shinran. The excess gentle strength was all absorbed by the dragon soul. He himself returned to the realm of perfection. Other than receiving the inheritance of a true god, he did not receive any other improvements. However, it was definitely not a good time to break through. There were endless mysteries above the true god realm. After reaching the true god realm, countless people failed. Even if they reached the true god realm, they would still be bound by a fatal restriction. How could one safely reach the true god realm and break through the rules to become a true god, without being bound by any rules or restrictions. That was what he was thinking. How did you do it? Honorable God Thundersky could not figure it out. Take Chinyu, for example. It was because he had too much strength. Those who had no choice but to forcefully break through were already blessed by the heavens. Once they broke through, they would have more strength than ordinary true gods. However, there were also certain drawbacks. Such a breakthrough was almost passive. One would often be under a certain amount of pressure. However, what did he see today? He saw Chinyu being squeezed by a powerful force to the point that he was about to explode. However, he was able to forcefully transform that power. He did not know where it was diverted to, but it returned to its original realm. It was simply unbelievable. It also made him wonder what kind of background Chinyu had. How could he be so powerful? I can only break through if I am willing. If I am not willing, I will not break through even if the power of the heavens and earth is on me. This inexplicable strength from the inheritance wanted to ruin his plan. Was there really such a simple thing in this world to let him break through? If he was unwilling, even if he used more strength, he would not be able to break through. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. However, such a simple sentence confused Hierarch Thundersky. If he had the same confidence back then, he would be able to look down on the world with disdain. Would he not be bound and trapped by heaven and earth? Would he not be able to move forward? It was precisely because he was a person who had experienced many things. Therefore, he knew how terrifying Chinyu's actions were. Although he had been suppressing his breakthrough, he still hadn't broken through. But if he really achieved perfection and then broke through, he would definitely be able to break the rules that countless of them had failed to break. If he could really go against the heavens and earth, he would definitely be able to break through the restraints of the heavens and earth. No, by that time, Chinyu would have dared to go against the heavens and the earth. Naturally, he didn't have to take the initiative to be restrained by the world. The shackles that had always been on their bodies would never appear on Chinyu's body. At least after this incident, Chinyu would no longer be like them. Furthermore, he would not walk down their old path. From now on, he could see how brilliant Chinyu's future would be. How would he be able to obtain abilities that were more powerful than those of them who had lived in the golden age of millions of years ago? I hope you can succeed. Hierarch Thundersky hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he took out the item that he had been keeping. The vicissitudes of time was indeed his unique skill that made him famous. He had already used this unique skill. However, very few people knew that he had an absolute treasure in his hands. It was called the River and Mountain Painting. The painting contained mountains and rivers, countless independent worlds of their own. Of course, it did not count as a world. Just like the secret realm, it was a world created by an almighty. However, after many years of evolution, it had become a world filled with spiritual aura. Speaking of which, it had other uses. At the very least, he had left behind many accidental inspirations in it. The mountains and rivers in it were also very useful for perfecting the vicissitudes of time. If news of this item were to leak out, countless people would scramble for it even if it was in his time. I'll give this painting to you, but I think you won't be able to use it soon. Given your speed, you might be able to find your way in 8 or 10 years. 8 or 10 years. Chinyu smiled. He accepted this good intention of his. It took less than a year to go from Heaven Immortal to Senzen. I don't think it will take any longer than that. Hierarch Thundersky's first reaction was that he had been deceived. He had broken through so many realms in just a year. He felt that it was a joke. However, he really couldn't see any signs of lying. An absurd thought emerged from the bottom of his heart. Could it all be true? Qin Yu had really broken through so many realms in just a year. If he had not suppressed it earlier, he had gone from the lowest heaven immortal to the most powerful true god in the world in just a year. This was simply absurd to him. Was he crazy, or was the world crazy? Or perhaps it could be said that Qin Yu was the only one who was so special, such an exception. Sure enough, the latter was more acceptable. In the end, Qin Yu only said his goodbyes and left. His purpose for coming here was to find the Thunder Dragon God. It would be a waste of time if he stayed here for too long. Moreover, Hierarch Thundersky had almost recovered a part of his strength. Even if he lost the secret realm, he could still go out alone and go to many places. However, Hierarch Thundersky heard that Qin Yu had been alone for such a short period of time. He had become so powerful in such a short period of time. Therefore, he was unwilling to leave so easily. His intuition told him that he might follow Qin Yu. He would be able to come to the conclusion that he had always thought highly of. Anyway, it would only take him a year at most. Qin Yu's potential was not limited to just breaking through in a year. He should have even more potential and even greater strength. For example, he should find his own breakthrough method in a shorter period of time. He should find the right path that he had been pursuing all his life. Qin Yu shook his head and refused. A hierarch was very powerful, even if he only had half of his strength. However, he had lived for a long time. There were many things that he knew. However, it was too troublesome for him to bring his body with him now. It was an irresponsible decision for both sides. It would be better for them to go their separate ways. Chapter 1090. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. How could a void hybrid be carried around? Otherwise, one would have to find a special container to carry around. That special container could be used as a temporary residence. However, such a special container was hard to come by. Very few people would do such a thing. They could only be used to store the souls of their ancestors. Usually, no one would do such a thankless task. In the past, the ancestors were extremely powerful. So many people did such a thing. Later on, there were fewer and fewer experts, so special containers naturally declined. Hierarch Thunder Firmament racked his brains and finally thought of a way. Among the three great divine towers, the Black Phoenix Divine Tower had once inherited a part of the ancient soul-nurturing method. Although it was not valued much anymore, there must be a container inside that could store souls. At least, it could let him follow Qin Yu temporarily. In fact, he did not ask for much, but there was one thing. He had to bring him along. He did not want to be constrained by any method. He just wanted to see what would happen to Qin Yu in the future. Moreover, he only had one successor. He wanted to use this opportunity to go out and see the outside world. This matter was troublesome to talk about, but it would only take a little time. Later on, Hierarch Thunder Firmament mentioned that Dark Shinran had paid attention to the Black Phoenix Divine Tower. He could use this point to not delay Qin Yu's matter. In this way, it would be a better way to have the best of both worlds. What he wanted was the simplest container to store a hybrid. It was fine as long as he could live in it temporarily. Even if it was simple and crude, it was fine. Qin Yu did not reply, but he allowed Hierarch Thunder Firmament to squat beside him. Although there was no container that could be used to store souls for the time being. However, he could only use a secret method to make something that could temporarily store souls for a day or two. It was not too difficult. He just needed to use something unique to the Dark Realm. As for Qin Yu, he had indeed gone there. Furthermore, he had obtained quite a bit of harvest. There were many things in the Dark Shenron's collection that he had not touched. However, the remaining part just happened to satisfy this condition. In that case, there was nothing more to say. Hierarch Thunder Firmament turned into a gray light and entered a pearl. It was one of the beads in the bracelet. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that. That bead was slightly different from the other beads. Its color was darker. The Black Phoenix Divine Tower was one of the 3 great divine towers. Many people had seen it with their own eyes. There were also some who had been guarding outside the secret realm all year round. Therefore, when the secret realm closed and only one unaffiliated person came out, it attracted the attention of the 3 great divine towers. Although the Black Phoenix Divine Tower was not the strongest of the 3 great divine towers, it was still very powerful. It also had the longest history. The Black Phoenix Divine Tower had found the existence of Hierarch Thunder Firmament in some old records. This made many people believe in the inheritance of a true God, without a doubt. But now that such a big change had occurred, the Black Phoenix Divine Tower was also the one that paid the most attention to it. Back then, it was their people who went to confirm it, and it was also their people who accidentally leaked the news. From then on, the inheritance of a true God became something that could be shared. Now, someone had obtained the inheritance. Did that mean that they could use force to snatch it? As for that unaffiliated person's words, no one cared at all. How was it possible for a single person to kill all of them so easily? Moreover, that person had not broken through to the true God realm. Perhaps only a true God at his peak would be able to kill the 3 guardians so easily, but it was impossible for someone at the Senzen realm to do so. Unless that person was a one-of-a-kind monstrous genius with peerless talent. In their eyes, that person was just an unaffiliated person. Because he was ignorant and had been greatly frightened, he had spoken without thinking. He had exaggerated his words. It was only because he had been greatly frightened. Therefore, those words had no value at all. Why did the 3 great divine towers attack at the same time? Recently, many people have been in a hurry. I heard that something happened in the true God realm. None of the people sent by the 3 great divine towers survived. Only an unaffiliated person survived. The people of the 3 great divine towers are all dead. Who on earth is so powerful? Chinyu walked past these people. Now, he was within the range of the Black Phoenix Divine Tower. These few days, the incident in the secret realm could not be concealed. These days, many people in the Heavenly Thunder realm were talking about it. There were many guesses about the identity of the mysterious expert, and many discussions broke out. Some people even guessed that someone had deliberately planned all of this. It was for some kind of conspiracy, such as a conspiracy against the 3 great divine towers. Black Phoenix Senzen was the tower master of the God Sealing Tower. Of course, being the tower master was not a big deal. Small matters were decided by him. It was just that when something big happened, he would take action to resolve it. He had to deal with all the messes while he was at it. Inside the Divine Tower, he was not the only one who could make the decisions. Only he had the power to defeat the other pagoda masters. He had obtained the glory of being called Black Phoenix. You still haven't found out the origin of that person? Could it be that that person really appeared out of thin air? I told you to investigate that person's background, but you only found out that he directly appeared on the street. What kind of origin is that? The people below all lowered their heads and did not speak. Indeed, this statement did not seem to be able to convince the public. Even they themselves were wondering how a person could appear out of thin air, unless he came from somewhere else. But no matter what, with such strength and the ability to travel, it did not seem like it was his first time here. Moreover, their Thunder Realm had long lost contact with the outside world. Therefore, they did not think of the real answer at first. Even if someone thought of it, they would quickly deny it. It had been a long time since someone came to their side. Why would someone suddenly come to their side and enter the mystic realm? It was such a coincidence that he obtained the inheritance the moment he arrived, but they did not expect that what they overlooked was the truth of the matter. Black Phoenix Senzen did not want to be entangled in this matter for too long. It was just that they could not find the person, which meant that a true god's inheritance was leaked just like that. But now, they did not have the ability to get it all back. That was the inheritance of a true god. Didn't he want to get this inheritance himself? Moreover, if they could get the contents of the inheritance from Qin, perhaps there would be more people who would know. At that time, not only them, but others could also take this opportunity. Take a look at the wider world. The Black Phoenix Divine Tower would definitely be able to stand at the top of the world. It had the strength that no one could resist. Chapter 1091. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The towering divine pagodas were the world's greatest powers. There were 3 divine pagodas in the Thunder Realm. Most people were full of respect for the 3 divine halls. As for the other smaller powers, they were practically non-existent. The entire world was divided into 3, and everyone occupied their own space. They had never crossed over. The lowest level of the divine pagodas was extremely vast. It could contain countless shops and allow outsiders to enter. However, anyone who wanted to enter had to pay a deposit. The deposit was extremely high. Although the deposit had to be returned, it was not something that anyone could take out. Because of this, many people did not have the means to come and take a look. Even if they did not lack money, they did not have the ability to enter and exit this place so easily. They could enter and exit as they wished. Only the internal members of the divine pagodas had such authority. Perhaps there is a box inside that can be used to store souls. However, that was a long time ago. I only heard someone mention it by chance. Now, given how little attention you all have placed on it, I'm not sure if we can find it here. Hierarch Thunder Firmament was living quite comfortably. His aura was calm and gentle. Unfortunately, each pearl could only allow him to stay in it for 2 or 3 days. If he wanted to continue looking for a place to rely on, he could only use a portion of the materials to make the other pearls into a place that was suitable for him in the beginning. Only pearls made of special materials could temporarily accommodate him. After accommodating him, the pearls would turn into powder. There were over a dozen pearls on the bracelet. However, all of them could only allow him to stay in it for slightly more than a month. Therefore, it could only be a temporary prop. It could not allow him to stay in it for long. Moreover, refining the pearls and modifying the bracelet was an extremely troublesome matter. Therefore, it was better to find a permanent one. It would be more convenient and faster. There was a hubbub of voices all around. However, Hierarch Thunder Firmament's voice directly entered Qin Yu's mind. In the beginning, this box was specially used to store souls. It was very important. Many old monsters who had died liked to live in it and think of ways to resurrect themselves. However, the outside world changed more and more. Anyway, there are very few people who can use this box now. Other than an old man like me, there are only some special circumstances that can be stored in special boxes. Hierarch Thunder Firmament did not receive any response. Other than Qin Yu, no one else would be able to hear his voice, unless he changed his mind and wanted the others to hear his voice. When one reached the true God realm, they could even do whatever they wanted under the circumstances where the rules permitted. You can do whatever you want, just slightly change the direction of the sound. No one else could hear his voice. This was definitely not a troublesome matter. It was as if it had been carved into his bones since he was born. Everything was done in a smooth and natural manner. Walking along the bustling ground floor, there were indeed many shops selling all kinds of things. There was also a free trade area, and the things in the market were even more complicated. He might be able to pick up some scraps, or he might be able to buy a bunch of money-losing goods. All in all, everyone had their own methods. It was just a matter of who was better. Chinya looked straight ahead and was not disturbed at all. He walked directly to the tallest and most prosperous shop. This was the most dazzling place. Almost casually looking around, one could see that this shop was very different from other shops. The guards stationed here weren't very excited either. It was as if they were used to it. They were wearing the standard uniform of the Black Phoenix Divine Tower. They were at least inner disciples of the Divine Tower. The shop guarded by these inner disciples was definitely not that simple. Perhaps this was the only place where the thing he wanted could be found. I'm looking for a tool that can house a soul. It's best to carry it with you. It's small and has no side effects. Some people who were dozing off heard this. After racking their brains for a long time, they could only give a helpless answer in the end. They did not know what it was. At least, they had never heard of it before. Maybe you can try to go to a higher level. I don't know what you're talking about. Does the soul have to be carefully stored? Generally speaking, the soul would dissipate directly. Otherwise, it would remain as pure soul power without any rationality. The latter could be collected by some people alone and become a kind of energy that could be used. So until now, there were fewer and fewer elders, and the number of souls of powerhouses in the world was also decreasing. Most people did not know that powerhouses could live on in such a way, so it was normal that they did not know. Then how can I go up? Chinya was not from here. If he was checked, some people might be able to recognize who he was. After all, there was a lone cultivator who had escaped. With that lone cultivator's strength, he had completely recorded his appearance. It was definitely not a troublesome thing. Of course, there must be very few people who knew what he looked like. Otherwise, he would have been stopped when he first stepped in. The Black Phoenix Senzen had a headache for a long time because of the previous secret realm, because they could not find the person. It was as if everything was just an illusion. If this went on for a long time, it would have a very bad impact on the reputation of the three great divine towers. However, at this moment, someone suddenly walked over with a panicked expression and told them that they had found the person, and it was inside their divine tower. That person was now at the bottom level, although there was no excessive behavior. But when they thought about how many people they sent out back then, none of them came back alive. The person who sent the message felt his scalp tingle. He was worried that Chinyu would take action and tear down their tower in one breath. The Black Phoenix Senzen was indeed very surprised, but more than that, he was happy now that he had found the person, and the person had come knocking on his door. There was simply nothing better than this. Even the depression of not being able to find the other party's trace for so many days. He had completely disappeared without a trace. What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and gather all the powerhouses. Gather all the tower masters. The news spread very quickly, and the order had been transmitted everywhere in an instant. The tower master of the first floor was like a gust of wind, and he quickly arrived at the place where Chinyu was. That little disciple was still explaining to Chinyu all the things that he had at hand, because Chinyu casually gave him 10 purple coins. At this moment, he was extremely enthusiastic. Whether it succeeded or not, he had an income. Chapter 1092. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Pagoda, Master Gushu. The disciple was so scared that his legs went soft. he immediately called him Pagoda Master while trembling. However, Pagoda Master Gushu's attention was not on the disciple at all. Instead, he looked at Chinyu with extreme vigilance. "What are you doing here? You've already killed Lin Guam. I don't believe that you've come to the Black Phoenix Divine Tower just to take a look." Chinyu was not surprised that Pagoda Master Gushu was so hostile. That made sense. Previously, his hands were stained with the blood of the people sent by the Black Phoenix Divine Tower. Although that was because Wu Fengshen had taken the initiative to attack. However, ordinary people would not be able to guess his true purpose for coming here. The disciple looked at this domineering scene. He was so scared that he did not dare to speak lightly. Soon, the other pagoda masters arrived as well. As for Venerable Black Phoenix, she was the strongest and had the most authority among them. So many experts had gathered together. Many of them were big shots who could only be seen once many years ago. Some people quickly recognized the identities and origins of these people. However, it was precisely because they recognized them that they did not know what was going on. All the pagoda masters had come. There were as many pagoda masters as there were on each floor. Of course, the higher the ranking of the pagoda masters, the more powerful and influential they were. However, most people only knew Pagoda Master Gushu, who was on the lowest floor. They knew very little about the big shots on the upper floors. However, looking at such a big lineup, they could guess a thing or two. Divine, venerable Thunder Firmament suddenly felt an aura that could contain his item. He looked around and saw an extremely small pendant on the Black Phoenix Pagoda Master's body. It wasn't that exaggerated, and it looked very ordinary. However, there were traces of time on it. Based on his experience, he could tell that this was an unremarkable pendant. It had been passed down for at least 200,000 years. "What are you doing here? No matter what you want to do, this is not a place you can easily step into. You've already killed a member of my Black Phoenix Divine Tower for no reason. It seems that you've walked right into the trap." Black Phoenix Senzen talked to himself and soon came to a conclusion about this matter. He didn't care if the others could accept it or not. Anyway, he needed a reason that would allow him to directly make a move on Chinyu. If this was the second level or some other place, he didn't know how to say a bunch of nonsense. However, this was the first level after all, and there were many eyes and ears. Even he had to make some preparations first. Otherwise, some people might be dissatisfied with him. At that time, it would definitely not be what he wanted to see. However, now that he had spoken, Black Phoenix Senzen ordered his men to take action. Chinyu felt a little helpless. Originally, he wanted to come here to make a deal and exchange for something suitable. However, these people started to fight with him without saying a single word. It was truly unreasonable. The dominating heaven blade appeared in his hand and spun around his finger. Then his speed became faster and faster, and before those people's attacks reached him. It was so fast that even his afterimage could not be seen. It was as if there was nothing in his hands. Who said that a saber could only be used for slashing? Now, he was using it as a boomerang. It seemed to be a good choice. The dominating heaven blade had completely submitted to him and was connected to his mind. It was also extremely obedient. Even if he threw it out, he could guarantee that no innocent people would be hurt. And the blade was already extremely fast because of the high-speed rotation. Even if a person's throat was cut in an instant, the wound would not even bleed. Because it was so fast, there was not even a chance for blood to flow out. Even if Tower Master Gushu was at the lowest level, his throat was quickly cut. He could not be killed in the blink of an eye. After all, Chinyu still held back a little and did not directly cut off his head. Therefore, even if he was seriously injured, even if his windpipe was cut, and he could not even make a sound. He would not die on the spot. For a moment, Black Phoenix Senzen hurriedly settled these injured people. He was a little afraid of breaking the vases. Now, most of the people on his side were injured. This was only the first time Chinyu had made a move. Obviously, if it happened a few more times, no one would be able to hold on. Even he himself would probably end up the same way. This time he asked sincerely, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Chinyu did not take this matter seriously. He ignored Black Phoenix Senzen's vigilant gaze and finally focused his attention on the small pendant. "I just want to take something from you." Black Phoenix Senzen did not want to agree. This was one of the first-generation inheritance items. He was not too sure what was inside this pendant, but this was a symbol of his status, and it had been passed down from generation to generation. It was obviously useful. Every inheritor would receive a stern warning. This pendant was very important. It was the same as the other inheritance items. They were all things that had been used by a true god powerhouse. Who did not know how powerful a true god powerhouse was? These things might have some kind of miraculous effect. Giving it to an outsider for free was not only a trampling on his face, it was also equivalent to the entire Black Phoenix Divine Tower admitting defeat. It's your choice whether to give it or not. If you don't give it to me, I'll kill you. Chinyu was calm as if he was saying that the weather was good today. It was because of this calmness and the strength revealed in this calmness. Black Phoenix Senzen directly raised the red sword in his hand. The pendant that had been passed down was hanging on it. "You want to take it from me? You'd better wait until you win." Black Phoenix Senzen secretly gave the others a look. This look was extremely hidden. The injured pagoda masters quietly changed their positions. But just as the last person was about to return to his position, a stone suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It landed in the position that he originally wanted to occupy, and it was deeply embedded in the floor tiles. With this stone, the formation was in chaos, and they could no longer form the fiend god killing formation. Chinyu withdrew his hand. This time, he was serious about fighting Black Phoenix Senzen. The strength of the two sides was not on the same level. Black Phoenix Senzen was having a hard time holding on, seeing that the killing formation that he had painstakingly prepared could not be formed. For a moment, he actually felt resentful. But Chinyu was faster than him, and fiercer. It was a simple hack and a flick. He flew directly to the upper level uncontrollably. He crashed through the thick bricks, layer by layer. He crashed into the wall until the force was completely neutralized. Then his whole body continued to fall. The Black Phoenix Divine Pagoda had several large holes in its interior. Even Black Phoenix Senzen's life and death were unknown. Chapter 1093. After the smoke of gunpowder. Chinyu walked in front of the Black Phoenix Tower Master. The Black Phoenix Tower Master looked on in despair. He directly took the small pendant into his hand. There was a very weak soul sleeping in the pendant. Without hesitation, Hierarch Thunder Firmament destroyed the soul within the pendant. There were too many of such incidents. Naturally, he didn't hold back in the slightest. Wanting to revive in this era was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It would be better for him to die cleanly, and at least he could provide a seat for him. The Black Phoenix Divine Tower will definitely not let you off. I definitely won't let him off. After saying that, the Black Phoenix Tower Master spat out another mouthful of blood. He did not know why his injuries had suddenly worsened. However, he could feel that someone was targeting him at that moment. However, he didn't know who was targeting him. Hierarch Thunder Firmament snorted disdainfully. Normally, he wouldn't bother to deal with such a small fry. But there was nothing he could do about it. This guy was really a hindrance. It was originally just a small pendant, but he just had to make a fuss about it. Naturally, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. In the past, their methods were much crueler than now. Letting the enemy go was tantamount to not being responsible for one's own life. It might even lead to a fatal disaster in the future. Therefore, Hierarch Thunderfirmament had mercilessly crippled that person. He knew that the current Black Phoenix Tower Master was still the same person, but when they met again, it would definitely be a different person. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. Although he wasn't prepared to do so, the next person to seize the Black Phoenix Pagoda Master's position would be the next. More or less, they would no longer pursue them. After all, if he could cripple the Black Phoenix Tower Master, he could cripple a second, a third, and countless others. The Black Phoenix Tower Master's face was pale. When he felt that his strength had greatly decreased, his face was as white as snow. He couldn't believe that he was facing such a situation. With the enemies he had provoked in the past, there was no way he would be able to continue in this position. No one could accept that there was a piece of trash who would become everyone's leader. Those who were originally only ranked below him would seize this opportunity to climb up even more. Qin Yu remained silent about all this. He had achieved his goal of coming here. As for the others, what did it have to do with him? Thunder, Shunran. Hierarch Thunderfirmament quickly recalled what he had said. He had said that Thunder Shunran was somewhat related to the Black Phoenix Divine Tower. If it weren't for this sentence, Qin Yu would never have come over to help him like this. Because to Qin Yu, wearing it was something that he could do without. On the contrary, he wanted to know how far Qin Yu would go in the end. Therefore, he had been begging Qin Yu to bring him along. Now, it had become his weakness. I'll take you there. To be honest, I have some clues. As long as you trust me, I can take you there now. Although Hierarch Thunderfirmament had made a solemn vow, he was soon slapped in the face. Tai Lei Shenren's tracks were very difficult to find. Originally, with his method, he should have been able to find him. However, to his shock, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find him. Even with such a method, he still couldn't find any trace of Thunder Shenron. However, this shouldn't be the case. Usually, Thunder Shenron's foothold would be his foothold for a long time. There was absolutely no possibility that Thunder Shenron's foothold would not be a foothold. Hierarch Thunderfirmament was extremely shocked and checked again. This time, he even added a part of his life essence. But in the end, the results of the investigation only vaguely told him that the Thunder Shenlong should be here. However, he didn't have an accurate location. Moreover, he had made such a big movement just now and used his life essence as a hierarch to check. Thunder Shenron would definitely be able to find him. In other words, they should have been discovered long ago. However, there was no trace of Thunder Shenron anywhere. It was so ridiculous that it made his scalp tingle. Qin Yu was able to guess what exactly had happened. It was nothing more than what he had done before had long been known. Thunder Shenron wanted to resist. However, could he really succeed in resisting so easily? All resistance was futile in front of him. However, Hierarch Thunderfirmament couldn't understand this matter. In his impression, Thunder Shenron would never be afraid. Not to mention that he had hidden himself tightly out of fear, just so that no one would be able to find him. In his opinion, it was a little ridiculous. Previously, he would have taken it as a joke, but now he had to ponder. Why was Thunder Shenron unwilling to come out to meet them? Was it because it was inconvenient for him to come out now, because of something important? However, he didn't expect that it wasn't inconvenient for him to come out, but that he didn't dare to come out because of fear. Thunder Shenron, are you coming out of your own accord, or do you want me to find you? I don't want them to do it, so I've decided to do it myself. However, you should be able to feel that with my current strength, I have the ability to compete with you. Ridiculous. He forcibly suppressed his breakthrough. Of course, he already had the ability to easily find Thunder Shenron. Now, he even had the strength to compare with Thunder Shenron. Even if he directly competed with him in strength, he might not necessarily lose. What's more, hiding like this, in the end, it would only cause Thunder Shenron to lose all the initiative. Thunder Divine Dragon, Tai Lei had obviously thought of this as well, so he was extremely unwilling to come out. Even if he came out, he would only show his head and tail. Sure enough, he was still in this place, at the top of the vast lake. The thick thunderclouds kept rolling and churning. Occasionally, the head and tail were already extremely shocking. As soon as Thunder Shenron appeared, he spoke with a hint of compromise. I don't have much connection with the outside world. I just want to stay here. I don't want to do anything. As long as you're willing to leave, I think we can still maintain friendship and peace. Hierarch Thunder Firmament's jaw almost dropped. However, at the last moment, he remembered that he didn't have a chin now. Therefore, he didn't say that his chin dropped. There was no way to hide his shock. Did he hear wrongly? Thunder Shenron actually wanted to compromise? Every Shenron had his own pride. Usually, even if he knew that he might lose, he wouldn't bow down. It was absolutely impossible for him to lower his head and admit defeat, or even show signs of compromising. However, Qinyu had done it. He had done something he didn't even dare to think about. Chapter 1094. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Peaceful Coexistence. It was not completely impossible. Thunder Shenron was pleasantly surprised to hear such a statement. Don't be happy too early. I want a drop of your blood essence. It was self-evident how important blood essence was to Shenron. He was not sure if Qinyu would let him go if he took out his blood essence. He had the ability and confidence to say that he dared to fight against Qinyu. He believed that there should not be much difference in strength between the two sides, even though Qinyu was able to stand at the very top so easily. After all, he knew very little about Qinyu's past. He was optimistic that he might be able to support Qinyu alone. However, what worried Thunder Shenron the most was not that Qinyu might defeat him. It was that Qinyu still had a few Shenron loyal to him. He was not sure how many he could withstand. You have to know how important blood essence is to every dragon. That's why I won't give it to you easily. Divine Master Thundercloud breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. This was how Shenron should be in his impression. However, he soon saw an incredible scene. Thunder Shenron continued, You have to promise that you won't trouble me again. I can turn a blind eye to it. I just want to live my own life without being disturbed. The other Shenron could not help but show a little pity. However, no one would kindly remind Thunder Shenron how good it was to be by Qinyu's side. One less trouble would be one less trouble. If more and more Shenron knew about Qinyu's hidden value, when that time came, they would not be able to get a share of the pie. Although it was a lot now, they could not wait for Thunder Shenron and Light Shenron to fail to recognize Mount Tai. Qinyu agreed. He really did not care about Shenron's fighting strength. His own strength was already comparable to Shenron's strength. He only wanted to increase his own strength. Instead of using external items to increase his strength, this so-called foreign object naturally included Shenron. Seeing that Qinyu had agreed, the Grand Thunder Divine Dragon finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he handed over a drop of his blood essence without hesitation. Shenron, which had been extremely large, suddenly became sluggish. It was obvious that this was extremely damaging to him. Hierarch Thunder Firmament could not help but restrain himself a little. He reflected on whether his previous attitude towards Qin Yu had been too casual, to be able to make Shenron, which was famous for its strength, so fearful. He was even willing to take out a drop of blood essence as a sign of his sincerity. It was conceivable that Qin Yu was many times more powerful than he had imagined. This is too unbelievable. How did you do it? After some thought, Hierarch Thunder Firmament decided not to hide his changes, because he knew that he could not hide it at all. He might as well just say it out loud like this. Perhaps, Qin, you could really answer his doubts. Hierarch Thunder Firmament was currently living in a small pendant. However, he was still very sensitive to the outside world. When the aura of the 7 great Shenron appeared, it directly suppressed him to the point that he could not breathe. He almost felt that he would suffocate to death. Although he was not considered a living person at the moment, it was at that moment that he suddenly felt as if he was just an ant that could be easily destroyed. If it was only Shenron's strength, he would not have felt that way. However, Shenron was connected to each other. If there were enough of them, it would bring about a change that was greater than 1 + 1 greater than 2. Just now, he had really felt a fatal threat. Of course, he also recognized that the aura belonged to the Dragon Clan. A guess appeared in his mind. Although it was the truth, he did not dare to believe it. Was Qin Yu many times more heaven-defying than he had imagined him to be? There is no need to think so much. No matter what your purpose is, as long as you do not interfere with my business, I will let you go. After all, he had also received a gift. He had to respect his seniors. Hierarch Thunder Firmament was still quite frightened. After thinking about it, he directly apologized. He curled up tightly into a ball and did not know much about the outside world. He directly and firmly curled up in the pendant. When there was a big commotion outside, he would naturally be able to sense it. If there was nothing big, he would not move a little. He did not want to be targeted. If that happened, he would end up in an extremely miserable state, just like the person that he had casually crushed to death, a soul that had been passed down since ancient times. Perhaps he would end up in the same state. Thunder Realm. Something so big had happened. He only panicked for a long time. After all, he did not want to make a big deal out of it. The other 2 great Shenron only slightly exploited him. After the newly appointed Black Phoenix Tower Master satisfied all the conditions, he recuperated and honed his strength. Fortunately, other than losing a pendant, he didn't lose anything else. The pendant had not revealed its magical power. In the end, he gave up looking for it. It was definitely not wise to go against such an expert. Therefore, he only asked people to pay attention to Qin Yu's movements. He didn't do anything else. This was what most people had guessed. After all, if he really provoked Qin Yu again, he might not be able to sit firmly in his current position. If he was not careful, he would be beaten into a cripple. That would be a despairing thing. After waiting for half a month, the newly appointed Black Phoenix Tower Master still did not receive any news about Qin Yu. It was as if he had suddenly disappeared into thin air. Naturally, he felt a lot more relaxed. In this way, he could be at ease. Qin Yu's sudden disappearance should mean that he had gone to the place where he had come from. It just so happened that he could continue to sit in his current position without any worries. He did not have to worry about any trouble in the future. There was a natural boundary between the Thunder Realm and other places. This was deliberately done by Shenron. However, Thunder Shenron could not wait for Qin Yu to leave as soon as possible. Of course, he opened the door wide. He directly opened a safe and stable passage. He sent him to the Dark Realm. Dark Light Shenron had been hiding in the deepest part of the abyss. For some reason, he suddenly woke up from a deep sleep. It was as if the malice of the entire world was pressing on him. However, after careful investigation, he found nothing in the end. However, the dark light divine dragon would not ignore this reminder. He even took this little change as a warning to himself. In that case, who would choose to go against him? Who in the dark realm was it? Could it be an expert who had broken through to the true God realm not long ago? Chapter 1095. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Dark Light. Shinran was naturally aware of the big movement some time ago. The outside world was bustling, and he had been hiding in the dark, quietly watching. But not long ago, the monstrous vision disappeared without a trace, and there was one more true God expert in this world. Other than the true God expert, Dark Light Shinran could not think of anyone else. Who was it that could pose such a great threat to him? Qin Yu did not meet any acquaintances after coming to this land. On the contrary, everywhere was unfamiliar. Compared to before, the sky here was bright. Although there was still no light, it was very bright. What's going on? Obviously, during this period of time, something must have happened in the dark realm that he did not know about. And this matter was related to the reason for the change of the entire divine realm. At this time, the part of Light Shenron's aura that had been integrated into his body began to restlessly move. It kept moving in one direction. In the end, after trying, Qin Yu easily found out. This wisp of aura left behind by Light Shenron attached great importance to that direction. It seemed that there was something there. There was a high probability that the thing that could make Shinran vigilant was also Shinran. Seeing that the distance was not very far, Qin Yu went directly. After arriving, he saw a huge altar. There were many people tied up on the altar. Someone wanted to summon Dark Light Shinran and borrow Shenron's power. After someone broke through to the true God realm, more and more people wanted to take the unconventional path. The dark realm was not a peaceful world to begin with. It was also a common thing for someone to capture many people and use them as an extreme to achieve their own goals. It was just that this time, it was a little too big. Almost all the Senzen were killed. Let us go, you are seeking your own death. The legendary Dark Light, Shinran, likes blood very much, and will also twist the heads of the sacrificers. Let go now, and we won't cause you any trouble. This is your last chance. The people who were tied to the posts did not panic. They just struggled and tried to persuade the person behind the scenes to stop. As for the warning that he would never cause any trouble for them, the person behind the scenes was completely disdainful. He wasn't a sacrificer to begin with, so his head wouldn't be in any danger after the ritual began. As for the promise that he wouldn't look for trouble, he wouldn't believe it at all. Where is this place? This was the dark world. No one's words could be trusted. The so-called not looking for trouble was equivalent to saying that he would definitely look for trouble in the future. Among these people, there was no lack of major forces. If he were to release all of them, what awaited him would be an endless pursuit. At this moment, one of the people who were trapped saw the figure standing in the distance. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up as he shouted loudly, "Save him! This lunatic is going to summon Dark Light Shinran." Everyone knew about the existence of Shinran, but very few people were able to see it. Even if one's strength stood at the peak, it was very rare for one to find Shinran. It was almost impossible to find the 9 greats of Shinran as easily as Qin Yu. This was because every Shinran had its own hiding place and had its own unique characteristics. Why should I save you? What a coincidence. I'm also here to look for Dark Light Shinran. Now that I can sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, why should I interfere? The faces of the people who were trapped became even uglier. Originally, they were very surprised to see someone coming over, but seeing that Qin Yu had arrived, It was obvious that he had no intention of helping them. Their mood was extremely bad, especially the mastermind behind the scenes. He even covered himself in a large cloak, and his voice was hoarse. But that laughter was so ear-piercing that it made the faces of all the people who were trapped turn ashen. Now, this made them look even more incompetent. They were all people who stood at the peak, but now they couldn't do anything. Chinyu stood to the side. Just like he said, he stood there and watched the show. Who was the innocent one here? He came this time to find Dark Light Shinran. What that person wanted to do had nothing to do with him. It couldn't be better if he could find traces of Dark Light Shinran as soon as he came. Not long after Dark Light Shinran woke up, he felt that someone was summoning him. He immediately felt that this matter was interesting. If there was no summoning, he wouldn't be able to leave this space easily. It was like someone giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. Just as a crack was opened, Dark Light Shinran was about to slowly poke his body out. Suddenly, he felt the dangerous aura that had made him extremely afraid just now. He directly shrank back again. It took a lot of effort to capture so many experts and gather enough sacrifices behind the scenes. Originally, he was very surprised when he saw that Dark Light Shinran wanted to come out. But for some reason, it was only a small crack that appeared. He didn't even see a trace of Shinran. He only saw an eye. The crack closed in front of him. Nothing around him changed. If not, he really did see a gap just now. He thought that he was seeing things. How could it be? How could it be? My plan is foolproof. All the sacrifices are placed here, no more, no less. Logically speaking, this kind of situation should never happen. Where on earth did the accident happen? The black hand behind the scenes suddenly turned his gaze to Chinyu. The cloak he was wearing was very large, and the hood was also very wide. It covered his entire face, not revealing the slightest bit. But it gave people the feeling that the person under the cloak was staring at Chinyu with extremely fierce eyes. You are the only one who changed. Whether it has anything to do with you or not, you will suffer my anger. Chinyu originally wanted to wait here until Dark Light Shinran came out by himself. But who knew that Dark Light Shinran actually ran away and shrank back by himself? He was already in a bad mood, and there was another person boasting shamelessly in front of him. He directly took out a knife. If he wasn't a true god, he had no ability to fight against him. Dominating Heaven Knife. He died with one knife. When the person died, the cloak he was wearing naturally had no hiding effect. A face that could be considered handsome was revealed, but the other half was very ferocious and terrifying. The blood vessels on it seemed to be alive, and they were still jumping. But then all of this began to change. The corpse seemed to be accelerated by time, and it kept drying and aging. In the end, it slowly turned into dust. The few people who were trapped were very surprised, thinking that they would definitely be released this time. But not long after, they saw Chin-Yu quickly find a thin book on the person behind the scenes. The sacrifice started again, and Dark Light Shinran felt a familiar aura again.